Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2, man. Jesus Christ. No, let's keep the round of applause going, man. We didn't hit 100,000, man. Come on, man. Keep the round of applause going, man. Damn. Yeah, man, this done been a long journey, man. First and foremost, before we even get this thing started today, man, I want to salute the gang. Salute the O, salute the Smooth, salute the Kenny. You know, a lot of people don't understand, man, how hard, for to be consistent. I think we 112 pods in, really 114 because they took a couple of ours down. But we 100 plus pods in to meet every week. Kenny being out of town, people having families and wives and girlfriends and kids and still able to just pull up every week to give y'all that content week in and week out that y'all have grown to love, man. So salute to the gang. Secondly, man, salute to all of the Crusaders in the building, man, that have been rocking with us when we had 20 followers, 20 subscribers. I remember like oh always point to this one chick back in the day that was hating. Look at this.
Ooh.
You want to tell that story? Oh,
Tell
Man,
it.
it's motivating because it just goes to show people just want to talk shit, especially when they don't like you. So it was like one video, I forgot how many followers we had. It was maybe like 400, 500, not even that, probably like 100. And so she screenshots like a video page. Look at this. They ain't even got over 100 views. They don't have over 1,000 views. And they got the nerve to talk shit on Twitter. Da, 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 da. And I was like, man, I think it's in my old phone. I wish I still had it because I would have loved to just post it up on the wall somewhere.
that's a fact, man. So again, I remember when we first started putting videos out, man. They was doing like 100 views, 150 views, 300 views, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So to see what it's grown to, wow, you know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, like it was a lot of work that went into that, man. Like a lot of people ask, man, how do you get it going? How do you get your numbers up and shit like that, bro? And it sounds cliche, but consistency, man. Like week in, week out, like we done become a staple and a lot of our listeners week, whether they listen to us through the streaming platforms or whether they tap into YouTube to rock with us. That if we don't drop that pod Tuesday morning, man, it's my DMs be flooded, you know what I'm saying? So uh again, man, salute to what I'm saying, salute to the gang, man. Salute to all the Crusaders in the building. I see y'all, man. If y'all ain't like the stream already, make sure y'all stop what y'all doing, wipe y'all feet before y'all walk in the crib, man. Which translation mean like the stream if y'all ain't liked it already. It's gonna be a hell of a conversation tonight. I'm definitely looking forward to it. But before we get started, we have some amazing panelists up here that I want to introduce. Let's get the round of applause going already. We got Miss we got Miss Queen Sheba in the building with us today. We have Miss B Taylor TV in the building with us today. We have Miss Kelly Culture in the building with us today. And last but not least, man, y'all know OT is in the building. Smooth is gonna be with us in about 30 minutes. But in the meantime, again, y'all already know how we do this thing, man. We gonna start this thing off with a icebreaker. But before we do, how's everybody doing today? How's everybody's mental health? Is everybody in good spirits? How everybody doing, man?
I'm so happy for you guys. We actually plan to get some feedback. I'm going to my first feedback.
Yay!
Salute to Beatbox.
That right there.
Salute to Beatbox, man. For sure.
Unfiltered B Taylor TV. Let's get
Facts. Facts. But yeah, we was
And these are delicious, by the way. They sneak up on you, and it's super easy to accidentally get intoxicated because they taste like Kool-Aid.
that's what we telling people because it's like it's a wine, but it's 11%. So
Oh,
most
wow.
wines you be thinking, okay, 4, 5. I'll be I'll be decent, but you get one down and you be like, oh shit, hold on, this feels a
Don't be
little
tardy
different.
for the party.
Yeah. So yeah. But again, man, salute to B-Box, man. They done been, this done been a hell of a partnership, and we definitely plan on extending this thing out, man. They done showed us nothing but love since the inception, man. Salute to Meg. Yep, if y'all not following on Instagram, MEGYUUP. That right there is family. If y'all done been tapped into this thing from early on, y'all done seen on a lot of the old Battle of the Sexes back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So that's family right there, aka the plug. But yeah, um, but yeah, like I said, man, just again, I just want to make sure everybody is in a good headspace. It's gonna be a hell of a conversation tonight. Again, we gonna be solution based, but I think Queen Sheba brought up some incredible points last week that I said that we was gonna expound upon. I remember one of them was as Black women after the age of 26, the ability to have kids drops drastically.
Yeah.
And when she said that, I was thinking, right, should that be motivation to kind of dive in relationships early, to kind of dive in marriages early? But I don't know if y'all noticed or not, but it's not as much urgency in terms of people diving into marriage these days. A lot of people's like, oh, let me wait, let me get myself together, let me get where I'm trying to get to, And then I'll start thinking about marriage. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So I definitely want to unpack that. But first and foremost, before we do, man, shout out to JR in the building, man, with the 100 piece right out the gate. That right there is bro, man. Appreciate you, dog. And this right here is what a lot of people don't understand. Because for a while, like we had kind of given up on YouTube. If I'm gonna be honest, when we first started this thing, like our main focus was Twitter. Like we've tapped into Twitter, and again, that's why I always say all the time, I'm class '09 Twitter. And people always laugh if you're not familiar with Twitter, then you laugh. You don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But it was a war zone on there every day, right? So a lot of these topics, these shorts, these clips that y'all see on YouTube, we'll drop them on Twitter. And back in the day, the Twitter would go crazy. We'd be starting arguments. It'd be 30, 40,000 views, like people tapped in, like threads of tweets, 200, 300 tweets of arguments, all type of shit. So that's what we was focused at, and we weren't really tapped into YouTube the way that we should be, Instagram either. But JR played a very, very, very pivotal role in us focusing our attention more on YouTube. So salute to bro. He was telling me all the time, like, bro, you need to tap in to YouTube, man. Like it's a whole nother space over there. It's a whole nother audience, whole nother. And I was like, all right, man, all right, yeah, I hear you, gang, but we over here, man. I'm gonna get around to it. And this year, me and him had one of those conversations again, and I was like, you know what, bro, you're right. We're about to take YouTube a bit more serious this year. You know what I'm saying? And that was probably about 5 months ago. We was at 30,000 subscribers, I think, or something around that. And now we done cracked that 100 piece. So JR is played a big role in us, getting to where we at. So salute to bro. If y'all not tapped into Lapeef Network, what the hell are y'all doing? You know what I'm saying? Y'all should definitely be tapped into bro, man. Salute to bro for that. We got Miss Lucky with the 10 piece, man. We appreciate you. Matter of fact, Lucky, get ready, man. We about to bring you up here. I want to hear your take on this conversation as well, for sure. But yeah, shout out to Lucky, man, in the building, man. Booker Ronan with the 20 piece early, my dog.
Ronan.
The kill, man, bro is hell of a dude, man. We was up there. We put our podcast up yesterday. And if y'all watched the pod, it's a section in there. Right to where like the man that flew him and his homeboy was going somewhere flying first class, and one of them, invited his girl on the trip, but he made her fly economy while the boys was flying first class. Right, so we was all throwing out our little jokes in, but Ronan has some fucking hilarious jokes. So if y'all was tapped into the live, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, man, salute to bro. Always showing love, man. We appreciate you. Chris Brown with the 50 piece early, man. My dog.
Come on.
Straight up and down, man. Salute to Chris Brown. Always showing love as well in the chat, bro. We definitely appreciate you. Real rap. Brolic Sean in the building with the 5 piece. Say congrats on the 100K. We appreciate it, man. Damn. I felt like I just said that about 100 times today, but again, that's me not celebrating as much as we should be celebrating. I'm always like, even in the status, I was like, yeah, we appreciate it, man. But we on to 1 million, man. I'm trying to get to 1 million. But sometimes you gotta just take a step back, man, and just like, smell the flowers, man. So appreciate you, brother Sean, for sure. Kenny T.
Hey,
Your ass on stage.
it's still a tithe and offering, right?
That boy Kenny is fucking hilarious, man. But yeah, shout out to bro, man. He at work right now. He would definitely be up here for sure. Residual Impact, we appreciate you, G. With the 10 piece. We say salute to the crew. Congrats on the 100K. You inspire us over here to be consistent with the content, impact the community in a major way like y'all. Here's to your continued growth and success, man. We appreciate that, bro. Real rap. That's the thing. We didn't start out to do that, man. We literally started out to just talk shit. And then somewhere along the line, we realized there's a lot of people paying attention to what we're saying, right? So we can't just keep talking off of the cuff and just saying anything up here. And then we made a more conscious effort, you know what I'm saying, to provide substance. I mean, substance was already there, but early on it was a bunch of just wild conversations, but we done kind of honed it in, man. So that's love to see that we having that kind of impact, man. Salute to Showboat G with the 10 piece, man. We appreciate you. For sure. Bro, say loving the content, bro. Keep up the good work. Keep KS alive. Rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, man. Another influential piece in terms of what it is that we do on this app. I feel like if you're in this manosphere at all, Kevin Samuels definitely inspired you in one way or another, bro. Literally turned a channel from nothing into $1 million business. So, love his opinions, hate his opinions as you may. But I mean, you cannot knock the hustle. That's for damn sure. So rest in peace to bro. But all right, man. I think that's all of them for now, man. We appreciate everybody that donated, man. It's love, man. I'm ready to get into this convo. So like I was saying, Miss Queen Sheba, with that eye-opening stat. So I asked, like, does the fact that especially Black women in the Black community struggle to have kids after 26, should that provide more incentive for them to want to get married sooner?
I think so. I think there's value in creating a family unit. I think there's power. I think there's economic value. But she can't do it by herself, right? So I think there's a level of her being ready, understanding the value, and also the men understanding the value of creating a family, creating a legacy, a bloodline, financial stability past their death, right? So that their children would be able to, hey, Ricky, welcome.
Real quick, man. Welcome, bro, to the stage, man. He done persevered. Came through, man. I want to see my dog tonight. Welcome to the stage, big dog.
OT, wake up, man. What's going on?
I'm up, man. I'm up. Hey, had a long day at work, man. I'm up.
All right, how everybody doing tonight?
Hey, Ricky.
Good.
Hey, how y'all doing?
I was sad when they said you weren't coming. I was like,
Man, they was trying to hold me. I had to set us free. I had to get out of there. So
Straight up. But yeah, Queen, you were saying?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a benefit to it. But like I was saying, she can't do it on her own. And I think women have done that. And men have left the homes. And as a result, you have single mothers raising Black families. So I think it is important, but we can't do it by ourselves.
I would agree. Ms. B. Taylor, do you feel like that should motivate women to get into marriages sooner? Because again, just like I said earlier, I don't know if y'all noticed or not, but women in this era are not that in a rush to get married as they was back in the day. So do you think that should provide some kind of, boost to that?
I think a lot of women are fronting. I was talking about this the other day on my channel about marriage, and I think every woman had a plan. We go to school, go to college, get that job, get married by 25, have a baby by 28, 27. But a lot of women, as we start to enter into the dating world with our fellow male peers, we realize that they're nowhere near ready for marriage, being a husband, taking on those responsibilities. So we find ourselves kind of pushing back, like, well, let me just focus on the bag. Let me focus on things that are guaranteed, because my dating life is starting to go down. So therefore, I'm going to just say, I'm going to aim for 30. Maybe the men by then will be ready. Because when I was thinking about marriage, I wanted to get married by 25. I wanted to have my kids by 27, 28. But as I realized, the men, they're all saying, well, no, we don't want to get married at that age. We won't get married at that age. And as a younger woman, I don't want to get married to an older man. I want to get married to men that I can grow old with, and that's not going to outgrow me and be older and pass away before me. Like, I'd rather be with a man that's around my age. And I think a lot of women can say they want to just, we find that our peers at that age, they're not ready. So it's just kind of like, you just kind of deal with the cards and hope by 30 that they are ready. That's the reality to it to me.
Damn. About 30. Oh Lord, that's and again, that's that mindset alone is just such a drastic, because I was talking to my grandma back in the day, right? And her and my papa was together in middle school and got married at 17, 18, 17. It was like a foregone conclusion, right? Like this is life. We're gonna go to school, high school, back then, the college, because Black folks had issues getting higher education back in that time period. But that was just part of natural progression. We're gonna graduate, we're gonna get married, we're gonna start this family. That's just what it was. But to hear her mindset then compared to women now, like it's crazy how much we done shifted. Kelly, how you feel about that in terms of the like lack of urgency in terms of women getting married? Do you sense that, or do you kind of feel like that perception is not true?
So I do think that there is a lack of urgency. I kind of have a question about the statistic. You said that Black women have a hard time having children after 26. Is that the statistic? Like just like their bodies don't function properly? Is that?
You want me to jump in?
Yeah, that was a question.
Yeah. So
I
after
haven't heard the statistic.
it could be
So
27. So after age 26 or 27, the fertility rates in Black women drastically declines. And the reason why this is not something that's open, Black women feel really stigmatized by not being able to bear children past age 30. That's when they start to experience 30, probably age 30, 32. They start to experience infertility challenges, but they don't talk about it. Because if you think about the tone of the community, you're shamed for not having a man. And God forbid, let me find out you can't have kids, because I'm going to double down and say that's why you don't have a man and that's why you can't have no kids. So that's a really taboo subject in our community, which is probably why people are not aware of the data and aware that that is a challenge.
Thank you for the context, because I haven't heard that statistic before, so that was new to me. I will say that I was raised around multiple ethnicities. So my dad was 28 and my mom was 24 when they got married, and they had 5 children. And I think the youngest child she had, she was 35. So she was high risk at that time when she had my baby sister. But at my age, like I noticed like my Hispanic friends, they were getting married right out of high school. Um, my Caucasian friends, they wanted to make sure they graduated college and they had their degrees first. And then my Black friends, they were just having sex and having babies. So they weren't getting married at all. But like Hispanics, they were like 19, 18 marriage, like wedding, wedding, wedding. So I noticed a lot of my Hispanic friends would say to me, like they went straight from their father's covering to their husband's covering. And as they got older, they kind of realized that they didn't have a time to kind of figure themselves out. So they had this moment in their like late 20s when they were kind of just trying to YOLO, even though they were moms and wives, because they didn't get that time for self-discovery. So I do think that you should have some time to figure out who you are as a human being before you get married. But I do think that that time should like be solidified after like 25. Like you had your time to discover, and now you need to start seriously thinking about. But I don't think you should get married as a teenager, because you don't even know who you are. You don't even know what you want. So to put yourself in a position where you're needing to put yourself second because your husband's first, you don't even know who you are. So I do think you should wait to discover yourself, maybe not education wise, but like make sure you know who you are, know what you really want. So you don't grow like away from this person. This is the person you really want, you really choose, because you know yourself and you know what you need and know what you want. That's what I think. But is there a lack of urgency to get married? Yes, because I feel like men don't seem as necessary anymore, because women have the ability to do it without them. So they're not like, oh, I need a man. I need a man. It's more like, I want you. I'll come get you when I'm ready. That's like the mentality.
Mm. So that's interesting.
Sorry, I talked a lot. My bad.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all it's all relevant. Oh, do you notice a sense of or a decrease in the sense of urgency in terms of women getting married these days compared to how it was back then?
Yeah. It's mainly it's the dating market and how it is right now. And I'll say a good bit of the blame is on the woman. I'm not saying like it's for a bad reason at all or anything, but they're more focused now. They seem to, at least they feel that they can do everything on their own. You know, especially if you've seen so many examples around you do it. It's like, okay, why have several kids or whatever and be out here single when I can focus on myself, get the job I want, get the education I want, whatever it is, me worry about myself first before I start dating or taking someone serious. In a sense, they're almost like, you know, trying to be like how guys were. They're trying to play the game that we play in a sense. I'm a date, you know, if I can take you serious, I don't have to take you serious. If it goes somewhere, cool. If not, I know that I have this end goal in mind and nothing's going to stop me until I, get towards it. So a lot of times they'll put their career and education first before a relationship. And I think that's what, a lot of guys do. And in a way, I can't blame them, but us together, we got to understand that there's definitely more power with us working together than apart. Because I also say this too, like as much as we get on women about living this fairy tale lifestyle and Disney stuff like that, in a sense, I think men kind of do it too, especially early until you get your heart broken, and then it's like, okay, well, this is what life is really about. Like after men kind of graduate, they in their early 20s or whatever. I think they kind of looking to settle down because for the most part, like they experience, high school, how high school is. You get wild in high school, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All that's the same stuff. So after a certain while, men be ready to settle down. But during that stage, the woman now, she didn't just graduated, she making more money, she going to hang out, she can able to shop a little bit more. Us, in a sense, we ready to settle down roughly in that area. So then I feel like we kind of flip. And so while we looking, at least today in 2022, while we trying to settle down, they want to go out. They want to have fun. They want to enjoy themselves. They'd have been in school and been working for the last 6 years. So now I got freedom. I got time off. I got vacation. I can travel. I can do all these things I wasn't doing before when that's what we were doing earlier. So yeah, right now they feel like they on top of the world. They don't need no man right now.
Here's a question. I heard you say that a lot of women are prioritizing their career over the relationship. In your opinion, do you feel like that works to the detriment of them?
It just depends on where they're at in their lives. Sometimes yes, but I mean, if you let's say like they going to school getting their masters and they finish school 27, 28 or whatever. Now you see women now, principals and stuff, young principals, school principals, stuff like that. So I can't, 30 not a bad age to get married. But then when you throw statistics out like that about them, wanting to reproduce, then yeah, that's when it kind of starts working against them. Because if you want a big family, now you have a smaller window versus you could have, got at least two out earlier, in your 20s or something like that. So it's hard to say, but if I had to lean, though, right now I'm gonna say yes. Back then, probably not so much, but right now, yes, I think so. You're working to a detriment.
Mm. Ricky, again, it's a lack of urgency
Yes.
amongst women to get married today. Do you feel that, and what do you feel like the reasoning is for it?
If I'm talking are we talking as a whole? I would say as a whole, no. Like yeah, you guys know I'm a DJ. I DJ weddings. I see weddings happening all the time. Young couples, 23, 24, 22, right? I think people get married. They think it's not us.
Mm, mm. Speak, Ricky.
I just think it's not us. I'm booked out for 2 summers.
Why is that?
Right? Because these young couples understand in other ethnicities, understand that the foundation is family. Right? Now shout out to that 100K, that 100 ball first and foremost. I'm not gonna let that pass. You know what I mean? Well deserved,
Appreciate you, G.
right? But and shout out to everybody's opinions out there. As I want to say that your opinions are valid, they're yours, right? But when you think about the presentation, right, what OT and Kelly said, right, and B Taylor, right, you want to these ladies, you getting to know yourself, all that stuff, you out exploring, right? But during that time, that's when the mistakes happen. right? That's when the mistakes happen. Whereas if you on your stuff, like y'all said, like O just said, that man, he didn't did what he gonna do in his earliest. He getting out of high school, in college, out of school, getting his money right. And again, like we say, you shouldn't be, both y'all shouldn't be coming in and then it's broke, right? Y'all should at least be having a plan of where things gonna go. And you know what I'm saying? But like I said, everybody's out there chasing that outside stuff, right? But again, the foundation of everything is the family, right? And again, when you out, both of them, look, both sexes, right? Out there exploring, whether by choice or by force, right? Whether by choice or by force, right? Those when you make those mistakes that put that baggage on you, right? And no matter what, whether you wait till after your exploration stage or before, getting married is still a gamble.
Yeah.
It's still a gamble, right? But again, people would rather go out there and lose gambling first, right? Right? Keep giving the money to the house and just when the house beat you, getting your ass up from the table. Right? So now you got more baggage, you got more debt, you got more kids. You know what I'm saying? Same with the dudes. You got more debt, you got more baby mamas. You get, well, at least if I married you, first off, you my baby mama, you my wife. Right? Which again locks me and you in till time eternal. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some dude on YouTube.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Always. Hey, real quick, man. Salute to D'Souza, man, with the 100-piece. Y'all, look here, man. Y'all boys are showing up and showing out tonight, man. We definitely appreciate you. For sure. Always in the chat, showing love, man. Talking shit in the chat, livening up the chat. Crusaders is in the building heavy, man. Salute to D'Souza for that, man. We appreciate you. TN Leak with the 20-piece, man. We appreciate you as well, dude. In the cave, man. Y'all about to make me emotional up here, man. I said I wasn't gonna cry when I came up.
Let it
Just
out.
have one tear, just one tear, Trill.
I know
You
if,
get a-
when,
you get
if
one
when I
tear.
do, I'm gonna definitely cry. So y'all like being very humble right now.
Boy, I'm about to be French all week, man. Cruise season, we made it, bro. We made it. We
That's a fact.
We.
We did, man. We look here, bro. Like, and again, that's another thing I want to do, man. Salute to everybody that played a role in it, man. Salute to Misha. Salute to Dre. Salute to, you know what I'm saying, everybody that popped up on the panels. Red. You know, I know I'm forgetting people, man, but everybody that done been tapped into the battle of the sexes, that done tapped into the pod, man. Just salute to everybody that done helped this get to where it was, because it wasn't just us four. It started out, you know, with a wide range of us, man. Salute to my sister Constance. Yeah, and we done built this thing in the some special, man, and you know that's big. Damn, y'all done made me lose track of where I was going. Salute to all the Crusaders in the building, man. If y'all have not liked the stream, make sure y'all like the stream. Mods, I see y'all in there doing y'all thing. JC, Daryl Long in the building, my dog. Malevolent Elephant, I see you in the building. Again, man, shout out to the mods for, you know, keeping this chat civilized. And y'all already know the motto, man. Any spam, anybody being super disrespectful, kick them immediately. Y'all ain't gotta ask me. That's why I gave y'all the power to do it, man. So we appreciate y'all. Real quick, man. Shout out to Joe Thompson with the 10-piece. That's love, G. We appreciate you for sure. We appreciate you, big dog. Uh-oh, my boy Malevolent Elephant again with the hundo. My dog, man. With the hundo. My dog.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man. Salute to Malevolent Elephant, a real one. A real one. Like I said, we done got to meet bro twice. Solid dude on this app, off this app. You know what I'm saying? Always showing love, always rocking with us, always riding with us, bro. We definitely appreciate you. You already know. I
Yeah,
told you in person,
he's
but
really cool.
you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
I want to say it on the public platform as well. So, um, again, shout out to Ronnie with the 5-piece. Salute to
All
the real
right.
one, man. We appreciate you, bro, for sure, for sure. Um, okay, man. Let's tap back into the conversation. Bills is paid. Likes is up. Again, make sure that y'all like the stream if y'all haven't already. A conversation piece that I always hear on these panels in terms of like women's resistance to get married or resistance to be in long-term relationships is that women are out of alignment. Women have lost sense of what their purpose is. Right. So I want to go around the panel and I want to get y'all's take on, well, women specifically. What is a woman's purpose? Queen, we're gonna start with you on that one.
Oh gosh, that's a hard one. You know what? I thought about that. That's a really hard one. I normally I feel like I have a good answer, but let me give it a shot because it's a lot, right? When I think about a woman's purpose, the first thing I think about is when a man and a woman get married. What does he say to her? She has her vows, he has hers, and he promises to love her, to comfort her, to protect her. So I'll start there. A woman's purpose is to be loved, to be protected, to be comforted. And then when she's able to receive that from the right man in the right way, specific to her love language, I also believe that will cause her to bloom and maximize everything that she touches. Him, the family, the children, the stepchildren, the job, the church, right? Everything that she touches because of his love causes her to bloom. And then I also think about, I used to be really hardcore as a teenager. I messed around and found books. And I just started reading these books that were they seemed so wrong, but so right. And I discovered Malcolm X from a very, very young age. And I'll never forget, he said, when you teach a man, you teach an individual. But when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. A woman's purpose, in addition to all of the other stuff that I shared, is to birth a nation. And not by way of child, but to birth a nation. And I'm going to leave that right there.
That right there is a boy. I think I just want to let that breathe for a minute.
Yeah.
Again, hell of a
How we supposed to
statement.
come back from that?
Who was supposed to go behind that?
B. Taylor, what you think? No.
God damn.
Okay. Okay.
After
So
that and beatbox, like you want us to
Right.
be
And
concerned?
I'm just drinking a beatbox. Like, y'all was behind that.
look here. Everybody on
Queen
this
Sheba
panel,
is sober, okay?
everybody
For
on
now.
this panel has channels and platforms, and we're gonna put them in the chat. Y'all make sure that y'all follow them and
I'm catching
subscribe,
up.
which means that y'all are professionals at this thing, right? So we going right to Miss B. Taylor.
Okay.
In terms of what do you feel like your purpose is as a woman, specifically to your man, because you're in a relationship as well. What is your purpose?
Ooh, okay. Okay, so in a relationship, because I was going to go with everybody's purpose is different. And I'm going to say personally, when we talk about women and children, and I think about my friends who are dealing with infertility issues, and they've been dealing with it from a young age. And she literally was like, my life is over. I have no purpose. I'm useless to men. And I just don't believe in that. I don't feel like God has placed each and every individual here, and everyone's not meant to be a mother. Everyone's not meant to be a wife. Like, everyone have different purposes. And I think once we come to that realization and accept our destiny and what that truly is, then we can better grasp to trying to force something that's not meant to be. So I want to go there. But when you say purpose in a relationship, I'm discovering my purpose is going to be a little bit different just because I'm not married yet. But I do plan to be. I do plan to be. That actually was a discussion me and him had recently, and that is the plan for us to get married. When it's the right time. But I feel like when we talk about women, and I may be getting off subject, but when we talk about women, if I was who I was, I'm 30. So at 21, I would have destroyed. I destroyed so many men in relationships, and I'll admit that. Like, at that age because I had a lot of unprogramming to do because how I was raised. I was raised to not pay attention to boys, stop being boy crazy. So my grandparents who raised me did not raise me to be equipped to handle how to be in a relationship. If anything, I was told, don't be in a relationship. Stop worrying about boys. Focus on your books. Focus on your career. So I had to figure out what my actual purpose is. And I realized like I didn't know my purpose until I was able to break away from my family's covering and discover myself. So I don't believe that some women should go from family covering to a husband covering because you don't even know yourself. And you may need to unprogram a lot of things that you learn from your toxic family. You know, you may enter into a marriage and destroy your marriage. And there's a lot of women who are like, man, if I would have got married later, I would have been a better wife because I would have had time to unlearn a lot of the programming and unlearn a lot of the toxic things that I was raised to believe that was right. So I wasn't raised to be a wife. I'll say that out loud now that I discovered that. I was not raised to be a wife. I was raised to focus on my books and education, stop being boy crazy, stop worrying about boys. Oh, you got a boyfriend. Oh, this, that. I get criticized from the bottom to every decision I made. So it's just like, I had to learn as an adult, like, man, I want to be married. I want a successful relationship. How do I get there? Okay, let me unlearn some of the things that I had to learn. So I think everybody does have a purpose. I found my purpose outside of a relationship, and that is helping other people because of my childhood, because of my trauma, and a lot of things that I had to overcome. I feel like personally, my purpose, the reason why I created a YouTube channel is to help women like me. That's why I have a lot of empathy for women like me. Because a lot of people are not going to understand. They're going to look at me and say, oh, you're coming from a victim mentality. It's like, but you actually came from the background that I came from. I didn't expect to be here at this age. So it's like, I want to help. That's my purpose. Now I'm learning my purpose as a wife. I've never been a wife. I've never seen a good example of what a wife is. So that's something that I'm currently learning right now.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone in that. I would say most women haven't seen what a like legitimate wife and a legitimate loving relationship even looks like. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even though most women I would say are like ready for their wedding. They ready to be married so they can show off their ring and they can post their pictures on the gram and all of that good stuff. But you know, after all of that glitz and glamour fades, then it's like, you know, do you have the skill set to maintain this? Do you have the understanding to maintain this? And fact is that most women don't. Some women are able to learn on the fly, but most women don't. And it's crazy because like men, like when we be in a relationship, we be assuming women know it all in terms of relationship because they want it so bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know women are as unfair as it is, are defined by their ability to maintain a relationship, right? So when men get into it, and the relationship is typically a woman's idea, when we get into it, we feel like, well, damn, let me just do whatever my girl say, or let me just, you know, just try my best to like please her, and then that means that I'm being a good, you know, husband, or I'm being a good man or whatever. But a lot of times she don't even know what the hell she doing because of what B. Taylor just said. I ain't seen no example, so I'm figuring this shit out on the fly the same way you are. You know what I'm saying? So
But
reprogramming is definitely necessary on both sides of that coin,
but
for
I think a
sure.
lot of women don't know how to be wives. They want the wedding, they want that fairy tale
Mhm.
because that is what they see growing up, the fairy tale. But it's always happily ever after, and then there's the end. What the hell happens after the end? Like
And
most
nobody talks
women,
about it.
yeah, like even when they do like sequels, like okay, here's their life now. It's not that exciting. It's the romance, it's the beauty, it's the wedding, and it's they live happily ever after. What does that look like? We don't get to see that. We only see like the romance up to the wedding. So people they get to the wedding like this is it. I've arrived, but they
Mhm.
don't know what it takes to actually be a wife.
Yeah,
So I
we
guess
talked
I'll
about that yesterday, Kelly. We talked about that
did.
yesterday and how we women we focus on the ring. You know, we don't want any type of ring. We want the ring to show off to our friends and social media. Then we want the big glamorous wedding, and we don't put that same energy into our marriage and work on it. And then
But
that's
see,
such high expectations for marriage, thinking it's going to be a fairy tale and then be disappointed.
that's the thing with me. Like I don't give a fuck about a ring. I got engaged when I was younger, and he gave me a ring, and then he was still talking to other women. So it's just like, what does this mean? I took it off and I gave it back to him. I was like, if you don't have a commitment, what is the point of the ring? I'd rather you give me a string and tie it around my finger and be committed to me. I don't give a damn about this ring because it doesn't mean anything. The commitment is everything. So fuck your ring.
Yep.
You can have it back. But can I answer the question though? I have my notes.
Yeah, definitely. Real quick though, before you do, man. Smooth is in the building, man. Salute to bro, man.
It's cracking, man. People,
Box
man. I'm up
answers
here
go.
getting lit with y'all. Got my beatbox. Y'all already know I got my hookah. Come on, man. My hookah is like a
100K
staple
pod
on
God.
At
Yeah,
all
I feel
time.
the
But
name.
Party.
real quick though, Smooth, how I feel to hit that 100K, big dog. As soon as we hit that, what's the first thing came through your mind?
Man, y'all remember that conversation we had, bro? What that was like 3 months ago when we was like, damn, I don't know if we're gonna hit that goal for the yacht. And then
That was a stretch goal. 100K was a stretch goal.
That wasn't even in the hemisphere of what we discussed. And then bam, we hit 75, and then 22 days later, we hit 100,000.
That's crazy.
That's fucking like the shit looked like we bought followers, bro. like for real.
That's
like
what I
when
was
you
telling
look
them.
at it, like it looked like you like you just bought followers, dog, and that shit just so surreal, bro. It's surreal.
Y'all ain't done either, bro. Y'all ain't done.
Right.
Oh no, I want that million. And I don't know if y'all got the plug on YouTube, but tell them niggas we want our plaque, man.
Yeah, that's a fact. You know what I'm saying?
Back soon.
They ain't sent
Yeah,
that
But I
man. I
feel
heard
like-
the
March.
yeah, man.
I
I
feel
heard
like once you
the
reach this
process.
point, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. I heard the process is like after you hit it, like it's gonna be like a week or so because they gotta verify shit. You know what I'm saying on their end, and then they gonna reach out to us and send us a like code that we gotta go to a specific special website. We gotta go to like claim our play plaque is what they call it. What you were saying, Kelly?
I was saying, I feel like once you reach this point, it's going to be like exponential at this point because it's like more people are watching, more people are sharing, more people are going to follow because it's just like,
Right.
That's a
Yeah. I
fact.
mean,
Y'all throwing a party? Like, what's up? Like, y'all throwing a 100K?
is there a party?
Houston?
yeah. That's definitely been thrown around. We probably gonna you know what? Yes. Yeah. Yes, we are.
Better
We're gonna
invite
go
me.
out.
I'll be there.
We're gonna get a section. We're gonna get bottle service. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see if we can keep O out late without him falling asleep and all of that getting tired. Old man shit he be doing.
Oh man, oh.
Oh man,
Yeah,
we
we-
ready to go at 9.
Right.
Well, hey, as long as y'all know I'm consistent.
Right. That's a fact. But I ain't get your response, big dog. Like how did you feel when that 100K came through there, man? What was the first thoughts?
You know what? Honestly, I was slightly disappointed because I projected August 20th, and it's the 25th.
Oh,
The numbers started
boo.
slowing down the last couple of days, so messed up my trajectory the way we was going. No, but
You're crying with a loaf of bread under your arm. What's wrong with you?
Right?
no, but I was it was just dope, man, because honestly, like just watching it like from day one, like it's like almost in a sense like watching a plant grow. Every day you water it and you see just it's the smallest details. So like the numbers just steady adding up. And then we may have, may gain 2 followers, may gain 5 followers. Then it's consistent, we may have 50. So then we kind of you find yourself in like a little like in the algorithm. So you kind of get a sense like, okay, well, by the end of the month we'll have an extra 250, something like that. But then when it just starts popping out of nowhere, it's like you just on the ride then because you don't know what to expect. You know what I'm saying? And at one point it was like 11,000 in like 5 days or something. And I was like, what the hell? So
Facts.
no, it was dope, man. It's been a dope experience, and I just can't wait to see, how far we can take this shit.
Hey, one thing I will say though, like B, I heard you giving JR his props while I was listening on my phone, man. Like, I just want to say big ups to bro, like for giving my bro the game on what to do, and he feeding it back to us and shit. I didn't get to build with bro, like I spoke with him a couple times, you know what I'm saying? But knowing who he is through my boy, solid brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's a
solid
real
brother.
one.
Whatever he need our help, You know what I'm saying? We owe you that.
That's a fact, man. Salute to JR, man. If y'all ain't tapped into the Lapeef Network, like I always say, what the hell are y'all doing, man? Make sure that
By
y'all
the
tap into
way,
that.
I'm
Subscribe
part
to
of
that.
the Peace Network.
Sure
Facts.
is.
Facts.
Sure is. Kelly is a part.
For sure. But yeah, speaking of Kelly was about to get into her bag on what a woman's purpose is. I'm
What?
interested to hear. You said you had notes and
You say you had
everything.
notes?
I need to see it.
Yes.
So I know people don't like when you bring up the Bible because everybody doesn't believe in it. But I was raised in the church. My dad was a pastor. I'm a PK. So it is what it is. You have to deal with it tonight. So I think about like the original man and woman, which is Adam and Eve, and everybody knows the story. But God created Eve because he said it's not good for a man to be alone. So he needed a helper. So I think a woman's purpose, the reason why she was created is so a man isn't alone, so she could help. So a woman's purpose to me is to be a helpmeet to her husband. So it is to be a wife, it is to be a mother, and it is to help and assist in whatever your husband needs. Now, I do believe outside of that, each individual human being has a purpose on the planet, but I also think that you need to find out from your creator, like what he put you on the earth for. So I think you have an individual purpose, but like as a whole, a woman, her purpose is to be a helpmeet. And to me, a helpmeet is like whatever your husband needs, whatever you can assist him with, whatever you can do to take something off his plate to make it easier for him. You just need to do that. Like, okay, honey, what can I do that what can I do that you don't have to do so I can do it so you can do what you really need to focus on? Whatever it is, even if it's just rub my back while I'm editing the videos or whatever. Like, can you rub my feet because they hurt because I've been standing all day? Like, whatever you can do to make his life easier, I think that's the woman's job. Women, you might not like it, but your husband will.
I have a question for you, Kelly. So a woman becomes a woman before she becomes married, right?
A woman becomes a woman before she becomes married.
Right. And if we're talking about the technicality of it, is when she starts her period, because now she's able to give birth, right? And that's clinically, you are a woman. So
okay, I go with
if
18
a woman,
because if some dude says, "Oh, you have your period," a statutory rape. So I'm gonna go with 18. So I'm gonna go with 18, not period age, because that would
well, no, I'm
legally
just
be
being like a devil's advocate. But I guess what I'm trying to ask you is, what happens? So what's her purpose outside of a husband? What if she never becomes a wife?
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. I said each individual person has a purpose. Like God is immense. He doesn't just create a person. You are here to bear children. He has a purpose for each individual person, but you have to go to your creator to figure out what he put you on the planet for. But as a whole, that is what God created women for, to be wives, to help their husbands. Outside of that, if you're not married, you still have a purpose. I don't disagree with that. Like B. Taylor said, her purpose is to help other women. Her purpose is to help. I see B. Taylor as a healer because she was healed from a lot of things that happened to her, and now in turn she turns around and tries to help other women. So that is her purpose, and everyone has an individual purpose, but a lot of people don't take the time to get to know that part of them. So
No, gotcha. And I think I missed that part. So thank you.
Okay,
my
well, it
pleasure.
says smooth. Just real quick, because you hadn't got to answer the first question. We were speaking about, we feel like it's a lack of urgency in terms of women's, intention on getting married or whatever. Like a lot of women are just cool with, hey, man, let me just get myself together first. So whereas back in the day, it was way more urgency on getting married. Women getting married 17, 16, 18. You know what I'm saying? So do you feel that difference in urgency, and what do you attribute it to?
I attribute it to, man, like us seeing our mothers. Most of us grew up in single parent homes, or we grew up in a tragic home. You know what I'm saying? Well, they didn't really show love like that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of women these days, they like, damn, like I'd rather go get it by myself, no kids, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully fit a man into my life. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like that's the wrong way to go about it, because what you doing that, you growing insecurities in yourself. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with men. Men been doing this since the beginning of time. If he get it by himself, he's not gonna trust nobody. No matter how beautiful you look, no matter what you're saying, if you ain't bringing just as much to the table, he's looking at you like a liability. And that's how women are looking at us now. even if the dude is bringing some bread, if she can get it by herself, she's looking like, are you really here for me? So that's what I attribute it to.
I would agree. Okay, we asked the women what their purpose was, and I thought about asking the men that, but then I changed my mind mid thought process. I wanna ask the fellas, like, what do you feel like a man's purpose is? Because the same way it can be argued that women are not in alignment, be argued that men are not in alignment. Because if we're gonna be honest, men ain't in a rush either to get married in comparison to how it was back in the day in previous generations. So, Ricky, how would you define what a man's purpose is?
A man's purpose, at the end of the day, y'all know how I feel about this. My purpose is to time travel, baby. My job is to time travel. That means extending my DNA up to the future. Right? And I understand for that to happen, for that blessing, because that's what it is. I call every single one of y'all miracles. Right? For that blessing, right? And for my children to be well-rounded, to have the best chance of success. I understand that there's responsibilities, whether I like them or not, that come along with that. Because at the end of the day, ain't none of these babies, you included, asked to be here. And what does that require? Coveting my woman, being responsible for my woman, being a man of my word. Even when I don't like it. That's all I got.
I would agree, man, especially the even when I don't like you part. Because the thing about marriage, and again, I speak about it all the time. Once you get past that honeymoon stage where everything is great, man, and we married, and we looking at all our likes and our comments on Instagram from the wedding pictures and shit, and then it's time to get into the real situation, turn into this day for day. And fact is, a lot of days you're not gonna like them. You love them always for sure, but like them. But again, you know, and again, I feel like a man's purpose, just going by what Ricky said. I'm gonna give my definition later, but is to maintain your responsibilities despite that, because again, you took vows, you took agreement, so I gotta live up to what it is that I said I was gonna do. So that's definitely profound. Oh, what do you feel like a man's purpose is?
No, we saying just in general, or we talking in a relationship, like
And
marriage?
both actually. Give me the in general, and then narrow it down.
Because when I think of, because it's hard, it's always hard going after Ricky, because I always agree with Ricky with his mindset. But it's coming from, like we always say, protecting, providing. Like we know that from day one, and providing provision and leading the household, furthering our legacy. I mean, it's a lot of. I'm gonna echo a lot of stuff that Rick was saying, and y'all always say. But the difference between like that relationship and then himself, just by himself, is just in a sense like doing what you love, just knowing that I'm here to whether it's helping counsel, whether it's giving wisdom, like it's just I'm here and I need to spread my knowledge. Everything that I know, I need to share that wisdom with others so that we can continue on this path. Of course, my way may not always be correct, but I know, if especially if you're successful or had a positive life, you can give those gems and drop those gems, and people gonna listen to you all the time. So
I would agree. Smooth, because you married as well, long time, decade plus in this thing. When you consider your marriage and you look at your wife, when you took those vows, what did you feel like your purpose was at that point?
Shit, man, a lot. A lot. I gotta find a way to put this shit together. You know what I'm saying? Rain, sleet, snow, through the arguments, through everything, like just to keep building. Goddamn me, just always being calm under pressure. You know what I'm saying? And like Ricky said with them kids, man, like time travel, like hell yeah. I really believe in that. And I really believe we need to start that. We need to start that at a young age, not 18, 19. But if you know your purpose at that age, why not? Why not? Because I truly believe a man, you're not at your peak of power until you got a strong woman behind you. You know what I'm saying? Because no matter what you do, like you can look at any establishment ever built from the ground up, they had a strong woman with them. No matter if they got divorced later, but they had a strong woman with them, building with them, sacrificing with them, understanding the goal, pushing towards the goal together, and picking up the pieces where he's not seeing and she's not seeing, like y'all putting it together. Like I truly believe that. And that's where we need to start. And for us Black people, we don't do that too often. We don't do that too often, dog. And I just think we need to get that part together. And I think we'll be something to be feared with. You know what I'm saying? But right now, in a sense, we're a joke, you know? So that's what I'll say.
Damn, that's real. I mean, it's hard to hear, but that's real shit in terms of, again, I think I was speaking about this on Tuesday in terms of King Talk. Like, a lot of our women are out of alignment, and a lot of our men are out of alignment as well. But again, our purpose, our job as men is to lead and to provide structure. So if they are out of order, if they are out of alignment, that is a direct reflection on us, regardless of, the decision. And don't get me wrong, decision making plays a part in all of that. But somewhere along the line, we had a slip in terms of letting shit get to a point that's that as uncontrollable as it is now. It's had people so far out of alignment as they is now. We slipped in terms of leadership. But again, as far as my opinion on a man's purpose, I feel like our purpose is to take the bullet. That's what our purpose is. We got to provide structure. We have to make it to where, again, making it to where our woman can live that soft life because she got to get out of jail free card. We are her get out of jail free card. As far as our kids, they get out of jail free card, right? It's our job to set up structure to where when they get on this earth, their lives are easier, right? So if I have a kid, he shouldn't go through the same hardships I did. I grew up in the hood and I was around drug dealing and gang banging and all type of shit, right? But the goal is to take the bullet. So when my kid comes, they don't even know what that lifestyle looks like. Because we ducked off in a suburb somewhere in a big ass house with multiple cars. And, he actually has things like trust funds and shit like that our generation never heard of until we got to college or until we got to around some people that had some money. You know what I'm saying? So as a man, our purpose is taking the bullet. A lot of times and understanding, the fact that our women are going to be emotional sometimes. Men are very logic based. We are very mission driven. But, our women are emotional and they're going to react to what's in front of them. They're going to react in the moment. And part of that, taking the bullet, is understanding that and still being steady in terms of where we steering the ship, not getting sidetracked by it. Oh, my woman acting emotional. So, you know what? Let me pause the steering. I'm going to take my eyes off of the road and we're going to address this situation. No, you got to persevere throughout. You got to walk and chew gum at the same time. You got to do the impossible. That's what our job is. You know what I'm saying? So like it or love it, the facts is what it is because we are the leaders of this community, right? So again, how our culture looks or how our family looks is a direct reflection of us. It's like I say all the time, if we drive down the street and we see a family on the side of the road, a man, a woman, and 2 kids living on the street in a cardboard box, nobody is going to go up to the woman and say, damn, I can't believe you got your family living out here in this cardboard box in 30-degree weather under this bridge. That is outrageous. You need to get a job, do something. Nobody's going to say that.
They're going to be like that lazy ass nigga. You know
what or they will ask her, what are you doing with him?
Fact. I be trying to say, hey, B, I be trying to tell him a good man is like your own personal Jesus, boy. You make miracles happen, bro. Y'all don't understand, but y'all, man, put Jesus over. Nah, you ain't putting Jesus over me, God. Nope, I'm Jesus.
That's facts. Because every man done experienced that, right? Like again, our women are, very, very emotional. So sometimes they'll do irrational things. And it's our job to clean it up, right? They'll come to us knowing that, hey, it's a good chance that this ain't supposed to happen, but baby, fix it anyway. I don't know. I tried to do this, but just fix it anyway.
And what
and
you
as a
said,
man,
I got
we
it.
got to figure it out.
Come on, man. Come
As
on.
impossible as it may be, as impossible as it may seem, we got to come up with it. And more times than not, if you got you a solid dude, he gonna get us out the jam. Right? So that's what I mean by taking the bullet and being that get out of jail free card for women. That is our purpose.
It be some crazy stuff, right? And all you hear, I got it. Don't even worry about it. I got it. Come back around a week later asking, what about, don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I got it. It's done.
Especially if you find you a cool man that just be like, oh, man, it's good. I got it.
Yo, Jesus, baby.
I like that.
Hey, then that makes her super comfortable. I already know what my man gonna do.
And it's at that point that she gains all the respect for you in the world. That she's willing to submit, that she's willing to go along with your program, that she's willing to do whatever it is that you say in terms of leadership.
Facts.
Because you done bailed us out of this situation that she felt like was impossible. But my man figured it out and got us out of this situation. You know what I'm saying?
Like, all right, babe, you got it. Okay.
Right.
All right, babe.
So, you know what I'm saying? In terms of purpose, man, that's what a grown man is. That's what a grown man does. And if you vetting your man the right way, you should be able to see some traits that's going to translate to him being able to do that within a relationship. And if you don't see said traits, you need to run as fast as you can in the opposite direction. But yeah, that's my take on that. Real quick before I get to the next question, man. Salute to the Crusaders in the building, man. I see y'all tapped in. The chat is booming. We're gonna pay some bills real quick, man. Salute to Anderson Corbin in the building with the 5-piece. We appreciate you, gang.
Goddamn me.
For sure. Sheldon Ward in the building with the 5-piece as well. We appreciate you, bro. He said we popping bottles for this 100K, family. Salute to the crew for getting on that grind and giving us that fire content. Peace, love, and happiness. Salute, man. We appreciate you, G. For sure. Honest citizen in the building. Feminism told women their purpose is their career. And we're going to get to that in just a second. Too Mad in the building with the 50-piece. We appreciate you. That's love. That is love, man. For sure. We appreciate you tapping in. Congrats on the 100K and the C Trill cry. My first y'all are special. Crusaders in the building. Shout out to Crusader Nation, man. Y'all be tapped in. We be on the Lapeef platform. We be on other platforms, and I look in that chat and I see leaves in that chat. I love to see it. I ain't gonna lie to you, gang. Salute to Crusader Nation, man, in the building. Tanya with the 5-piece say purpose. What does birthing a nation look like to you? Is it just giving birth, teach, nurturing? If so, how can a child teach a nation?
Damn, that's a hell of a statement, a hell of a question.
I'll start it off and then we can kind of tag on to it.
Yes, ma'am. Let's go.
All right. So what does birthing a nation look like? When I said that, I didn't mean the actual physical birth. It was like a metaphor. So the best example that I can come up with is the story of the talent, where you have 4 men, they went to work. It's a Bible story, and they were each paid a wage. The first man ran and hid his talent because he didn't know what to do with it. He was afraid. The second man invested his, doubled it down. Third man tripled it down. The fourth man, quadrupled it. What does it mean to birth a nation? To share your talent, your gifts, your essence, your aura, those things that you've been blessed to do, you've been called to do. And feel free to pile on.
Go ahead, Smooth.
Man, I'm reading it on. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm gonna be too deep on it. I don't know. I would rather somebody go for me. Let me gather that.
I would say birthing a nation. Oh,
okay. Go ahead, Kelly. Go ahead. My bad.
I can wait.
No. Go ahead. All right. I got you on the back end.
I would say birthing a nation is, for example, my parents had 5 children. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. My dad went to work. So 8 hours out of the day, he wasn't with us. So my mom was the one that majorly imparted to us during the time when my father wasn't there. So whatever is in a woman, you pour into your children, and that's 5 human beings that go out into the world and it can affect it. So versus the father who's at home, who's at work, taking care of business and making sure he brings in the bacon, the mother is pouring into the children, who then go out and become the citizens in the world. And 5 people who are natural born leaders can take over. That's what I think.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like, birthing a nation is implementing systems that you want to see. Because at the end of the day, this shit starts in your household. Like, we be on Twitter and stuff. Oh man, everybody should do this. So I feel like everybody should do that. But fact is, it starts right in your crib. If you're not implementing the guidelines and shit to get this shit steered in the right way, then your child is gonna be consumed with what the environment says, right? And they're gonna fall right in line with what everybody else is doing. So I feel like birthing a nation is raising my kid to be the person that I want to see, right? So if I value, nuclear family, and I feel like that is going to be the fastest way for us to close this gap between us and the other cultures. We say this all the time, right? So when I have my son, I'm gonna teach him the importance of being married. I'm gonna teach him the importance of being there for his kids, not getting women pregnant that you're gonna disappear from and walk out of the picture with. Teaching them ethics, teaching them morals. So when he goes out in the world, he has the value of marriage that we didn't. If we just gonna be honest. So again, I feel like it starts in the crib. Birthing a nation is guiding your kid in the way in which you want the world to look. That's my definition of it.
All right, I got mine. Mine would be all that you just said, Trill and Kelly, you know what I'm saying, and Queen, all that. But also, like, us being in, like, when we get into position, don't shun people off that look like us. You get what I'm saying? Because we'll get into position and get some money and all that, and then we'll stop looking at our people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not built like that. Like, I get in position, even if I'm not in that position, they'll tell you somebody hit me, and I'll point them in the right direction where they need to go. You know what I'm saying? Or if I got the power to pull you up, that's what I'm gonna do. You get what I'm saying? Because if it, like I said on the pod, if it's just one of us making 90 and everybody making 30, we can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I would say Birth of the Nation would be putting more of us that look like us in position. You know what I'm saying? You cannot like the person. You cannot like the person because these other races, they cannot like the other guy or other woman. But if they look like them, they put them in position. That's just what it is because they know they're going to put somebody else in position that look like them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Just real quick, what worst case, and even if they don't put them in position, I'm not going to go in public and down them.
Exactly.
I'm not going to provide a hurdle to their progress. Now, we see that amongst us all the time, and that's why, I got to salute to JR and people like that because, again, it's real easy for us to get in position and just pull that ladder up. Hell no, I ain't bring nobody else. It can only be one of us up here shining. You know what I'm saying? But going back to what Smooth said, if I'm making 90 and everybody behind me making 30, we ain't got no power to shake nothing. We ain't got no power to dictate anything. But if I get to that 90 and I can get you to 70 and I can get you to 120 and you to 130, then we got power. We got equity now. So now when we come to the table as a culture, we can dictate shit. So
exactly.
so again, don't be no barrier to somebody else. Like, it's room for everybody to eat out here, regardless of what field you in, whether it's podcasting, whether it's whatever. Because people DM us all the time, say, bro, what type of camera you using? Or say, bro, where can you get that roadcaster from? Or where you do your editing at? And I give them the game every single time because it's room for all of us to eat. And I want y'all to do well. I do. You know what I'm saying? So if more of us have that mindset, then we can progress at a way more expedient pace than we have been. So
I agree. I remember when my dad was alive. Like I would have ideas. I'm like, oh man, someone else is already doing it. And he was like, so what? Do it anyway. He said, do you think that this grocery store isn't going to open up across the street just because there's other grocery stores here? He said, there's room for everybody. Just do what you love. Like, pursue your passion, and you'll just draw your audience to you,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll get your clientele, your customers. There's room for everyone. So
I'll say
you
really
got to get
quick,
your piece of the pie.
B. Taylor, I feel like, is a really good example of that as a woman and as a female. She literally put me on 2 days after I got into YouTube. And a lot of times I remember TD Jake say, people don't want you until you've made it. I was a nobody. I was a nobody in the world of YouTube. When they explain YouTube and they show a P and they show like a P on a shelf and they say, can you see that? With 30,000, like 30,000, that's you. And literally, I had maybe 12 people and she put me on. So to me, that's a perfect example of birthing a nation. So I had to call that out.
Look here, man. Salute to B Taylor.
Salute to B Taylor.
Saying
She did something right.
She be a little, she be a little
That's how it's supposed to
combative
be
at times,
done.
but she do some good work on the back end at times.
Yeah,
Hey, she
she
ain't know
alright
you from
sometimes.
nowhere. You get what I'm saying?
alright
She
sometimes.
build with you. Goddamn me, she seen you was a good person. She seen you would do the right thing with that type of power, and she said, "Come on."
Yeah,
Exactly.
I root for anybody that's gonna put in the work. Even with the crew season, like I saw that you guys had at the time, I had more subscribers than y'all on YouTube. And I was like, let's work together so we can help build like, each other. And I feel like when I was actually talking to a coworker about that. And I said, I don't look for it in money. I know how it feels not being supported. I was never supported. I had to believe in myself and whatever that was. I didn't start getting supported on YouTube until people started seeing I was actually getting numbers. Then that's when people wanted to support me. So I know how it feels. So and especially being Black content creators, I feel like it's very important to collaborate and build each other up. But the difference was with Queen Sheba is like she put in the homework, she did her work, she was ready and prepared for YouTube. And I saw the potential, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna just look at you and be like, good luck until you make it, until you close to how many subscribers I got. I'm like, all right, girl, come on, let me take you on and like bring you on. As long as you working hard and you got that hustle mentality, we can all motivate each other. So that's how I always look at it.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Let me finish paying these bills, and then we're gonna get to the next question, man. Salute to Yardley Moist in the building. Says they only in a rush when they turn 35 years old. I'm 34 years old with no kids, and I wouldn't dare date a woman past 32.
Red flag. I'm sorry. Any man that sit there and told on his high horse that he's this age and he wouldn't date a woman near his age, that's a red flag for me. Just because I was that young girl that older men was going after. It was a certain type of man that was going after younger women.
Facts. I mean, I don't, man. I don't see myself with a woman that's close in age with me. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta be close in age with my woman. You
Exactly.
get what I'm
I
saying?
believe in that too. And I was telling Queen Sheba, I was like, man, if I can have a story time, I'm gonna be like Kelly and say story time, right? Queen Sheba, we know each other for a very long time. When I met her when I was like 21, right? I was like 21 when I met you, and there was like a big age gap between us. And I will never forget
At happy hour.
happy hour. We used to go to the bar. We had men buying us drinks and so it was an older man. He was about 37 years old. He overlooked, Queen Sheba, who's around his age. Well, I'm just saying.
Hey, I wasn't in the running, but go ahead.
Him and he was like following after me, and you gave me a warning, and and he tried to flip that and say, "Oh, she was hating on you because she's older." And he tried to put that in my head and manipulate me into thinking that I shouldn't listen to the advice of older women because they're hating on me, right? This man literally was trying to control me, trying to tell me I need to settle down by next year, get married, have kids, everything else, because he was ready. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't know anything about life. I'm still in college. I'm trying to get myself together. I don't even know who I am. And you're already trying to make me settle down. You live your life. You 37 years old. You done lived your entire life. You done went through life and you're stealing my youth. You're stealing my youth and me being naive to groom me into the woman that you want me to be. But I was hard-headed. So he obviously thought I wasn't able to be groomed. So, I was tossed to the side. But I'm just saying, like, and I look at every man when I was about 25 to 19, all the older men, they all came in with oh, you so mature. But I wasn't mature. I wasn't mature at all. I wasn't playing with Barbie dolls. That's what I feel like when men say that to young women, you're so mature for your age. Why? Because I'm not out playing Barbie dolls and like being like a little kid because I can hold a adult conversation. All of a sudden I'm mature. I was not mature at all. So for me personally, I look at older men like they have a goal, and it's not a good intent when they go after women that's that young, because he didn't want me to go out no more. He didn't want me to go hang out with my friends. None of that. It was like straight up control. So for me personally, I don't believe in men going after younger women because they try to control me so much. Every time an older man, they tell me I'm mature, and then they try to control me.
I'll say this really quick. I gave her advice not because he was older, because I think some older men and younger women do mesh and they go on to have beautiful families and all of that, right? I gave her advice because his tactics to me was like that of a grown boy. And that's why I was like, hey.
He couldn't date women his age. He couldn't date women his age because they're mature enough to see the BS. I wasn't. I was naive. I was like, oh my God.
I'm like, what do I have in common with you?
He didn't have anything in common with me.
Nothing. I have nothing in common with a 21-year-old.
He came in so aggressive. Yeah. It was like he was doing stuff and things like there are certain things you don't say the first time you meet somebody's people. And I felt like I was her people in that moment. I feel like that's another thing too. Y'all were talking about something earlier as men. Oh, y'all said, OT said, man, I don't think we're going to reach this goal. Y'all had a conversation. I don't think we're going to get there before August. That's masterminding. Women don't do that anymore. So I was her people. If she with me, I'm her people. I got her back like y'all have each other's back. And as a collective group, you hit the goal. And if the goal is marriage and I'm in your corner and I'm an older woman, I'm your people. We're going to strategize. We're going to talk about it. You was wrong. You need to apologize. But if he coming in wrong and he's moving wrong, I was not overly verbal because I don't believe in giving people advice if they don't ask you. All I said was be careful with that one. He seems a little bit off. We're close in age. He was older. We're close in age. He just seems a little bit off.
He was like 15 years older than me. And it at first I was looking at it like I was falling out with my dad. So it's like as an older man, you coming in and teaching me knowledge. I'm thinking you teaching me things and I'm learning from him and I'm learning life from him. And I can really just grow with this person. But really, like I was being manipulated so bad. So I really do question men who go after women with such a big age gap because we don't relate in any way possible at all. And I'm not saying you got to date the person the same age. I'm just saying around the same, like we at least be in high school together. If I was in the 12th grade, you was in like something that close, not 15 years apart. I was in preschool and you was in like middle high school. Like that's we don't got nothing in common.
That is something my father used to always say. Yeah, he used to say if an older man is dating younger women, then it's like almost like a predator mentality. Like they cannot deal with women their own age, so they go after women who are controllable.
Traditionally, older men look to date younger women. Traditionally. This is a stretch you reaching. I'm just going to be honest with you.
It's not a stretch because traditionally women didn't have a choice. Yeah. If she was 12 and her father said, you're going to marry this 40-year-old, that's what she had to do.
Again, moving to the extreme. That's not
extreme. My great grandmother was 16 and she got married to a 24-year-old.
B. Taylor. Again, this is not the example that I was just addressing. Why is it that women always have to go to the extreme when we're talking about a particular situation that was just discussed? We're talking about the discussion you had, not the thing your grandmother went through or another lady went through. We're talking about what just happened. So again, in most cases, when men look for women, they want a younger woman. That's traditionally how it goes. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, but Ricky, question why?
Hey, I would say, Ricky, question. You are right. You are right.
He ain't saying much younger. He was just saying younger.
You are right. You get what I'm saying? But in these day and times, bro, it is totally different. Like that is out the window because back in the day, how I used to go with the traditional shit, most women or all women tied their financials to men. And that's the men that had the money. Not no 18, 20, 22-year-old. They didn't have no bread to take care of a woman. You get what I'm saying? But if I'm 30 and I got my career in order, you get what I'm saying? I can take care of women. So I can pick any woman.
It's sick to me. It's like you're stealing my youth. Like you're sucking the youth out of me. And I
How-
think a lot of men don't understand that that's coming.
I understand what you're saying, but again, no one put a gun to your head to be in that relationship with an older person.
Right, of course.
That's what I'm saying, right?
That is true.
Right. So with that being said, right, what is control and what is leading to y'all? That's my question, and it's not giving no assumption. Trying to
Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
What is control and what is leading?
What is leading and what is control from you guys' point of view?
Okay, so in my point of view, control was, oh, I'm in college. I'm like, I want to go to a kickback. It wasn't like, no, you can't go. It was like, oh, I thought you were more mature than that. I thought you were done doing stuff like that. I thought you was done partying, like manipulating me into thinking that it's wrong to go do those things. Like I'm not an adult until I decide to not do those things. Or me talking to my friends, oh, I think your friend's jealous of you, trying to seclude me away from people and my family and friends around me. That to me is control. You manipulating me into thinking that you're right all the time, gaslighting me. That's control. Leading, on the other hand, is leading me to be a better woman and letting me giving me room to discover myself instead of saying, no, I'm a man. I'm ready to get married by next year. You're going to have my kid. That scared the shit out of me. You're telling me I'm going to have your kid by next year. We're going to be married. And I'm like, no, I just left my parents' house a few years ago. What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
right. So a man with a plan scared the shit out of you.
No,
you didn't have no plan.
It wasn't a plan.
Again, listen to what I'm saying. Again, stop listening to respond. Please listen to what I'm saying. I'm not trying to attack nobody. I'm just saying what you said back to me, right? So you said when he first got with you, he said, I'm gonna be married to you a year and you're gonna have my child in a year. That's not a plan of action.
I mean, that was his plan, but my plan didn't matter.
Just wanted to make sure.
That's control.
So I would say like the difference between control and leadership is like, so control is like almost like a forceful nature. Leadership is setting a plan in action and verbalizing it and communicating it. So for example, when I was younger, I dated a gentleman who was very controlling about what I wore, and to the point where like, your pants are too tight. Where are you going? Who are you trying to dress up for? Why do you look like that? Why are you wearing that? It was almost like I was afraid to get dressed because I was like, what is he gonna say? Is this okay? Are you okay with this? Like it wasn't like a, babe, I don't think you should wear that. Or maybe can you maybe put the other outfit on? It was almost like an attack in what I was wearing versus like allowing me, like the gentleman I'm dating now, he's more like, well, why do you wear those things? What are you trying to achieve? What's the goal? So it's giving me the chance to think about it and assess the situation, and then I can make the changes versus like, no, you're not allowed to wear that. Like I remember when I was younger, this guy I was dating, he broke up with me. He's like, your pants are too tight. You can't be my girlfriend. I'm breaking up with you. What? What? Like, what are you even talking about? To me, that is controlling. That's like almost bullying. So yes, I think there is a difference in control versus being a man having a conversation. Like my dad would sit me down sometimes. This is before he passed. He's like, Shane, I need you to assess your YouTube page, not YouTube, your Instagram. He said, you need to look through it. He said, the pictures you post, he said, they're sending off signals to men. He's like, because men see things differently than women. He's like, and he would go through my pictures like, this is sending this signal, this is sending this. So as he was talking to me, okay, I'm deleting that. I'm going to delete that. He wasn't attacking me like, oh, you like a hoe, delete that. It was just like, okay, so this is what I'm seeing. As a man, I'm telling you what I see. You're a grown woman. You can make the decision for yourself, but this is what I see as a man. And so I was allowed to make the decision based on his wisdom. So I think that's the difference between leadership and just controlling. You a hoe, delete that. Okay.
All right.
I could be wrong.
I don't know, man. I think I'm on a different plane. Like, I don't care what my wife wears. I know who you with. I know you ain't gonna let no man disrespect you. You get what I'm saying? Like all that shit. Like, wear what you want to wear. You get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the night, end of the day, you get tired. You get too.
Ass hanging
Not every
out.
guy's like that. Not every guy's like that.
Nah,
Nope.
be respectful a little bit. You know,
Okay.
be respectful. You get what I'm saying? But the tight dresses and all that type of shit, I don't care.
Within reason. Within
Throw that
reason.
shit on. Throw that. Kill them niggas tonight. Yeah, kill them niggas. You get what I'm saying? That's my talking to. Like, go kill them whole ass niggas, man. But a lot of men not like that. A lot of men gonna judge their own woman. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I know who my woman with. You get what I'm saying? I know you ain't gonna let no man touch on you, grab on you, none of that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get real ferocious in there if somebody grab my woman ass. You get what I'm saying? So, and that's what I think like men need to start thinking about. Like, of course the woman is with you, bro. She knows she with you. Like, do you think this woman is going to let a man disrespect her in that type of way? Because if that's the case, you shouldn't be dating her. She's still for the streets.
All right, man. We're gonna finish paying these bills and then we're gonna get back on track. See, again, we always find a way to take detours, and y'all be sneaky with these Snapchats, man. Y'all ask questions that just steer us way left.
Guilty
But
as
then-
charged.
You know what I mean? But I mean, at the end of the day, man, we definitely appreciate y'all. Again, man, salute to Crusader Nation in the building, turning up in the chat. I see y'all mods, y'all doing y'all thing. JC, Daryl, I see you in the building. Appreciate y'all boys, man. We're gonna keep this thing moving. Money 1322 says, do y'all think in 2022 it's more misandry versus misogyny?
Let
Quick
me
answers,
Google.
quick
Let me
answers.
Google that real quick to make sure I'm following.
Is the women who hate men.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite
Definitely.
of it's the female version of misogyny.
Misandry. Misandry been going on for 40 years. And women been getting away with it. And the minute a man say something to put his foot down, now it's trouble and the man got to get banned and shit.
No, I feel like it's women that's scorned and men that's scorned, and I think it's an equal playing field with that one.
I feel what you're saying. I feel you, but it's definitely a little more on the women's side. Women's side get played more. Women's side is accepted more because a lot of men that they be like, whatever. Like some men don't even care to argue with that stuff. But you say something, especially like on Twitter or Instagram, you post something that a woman does not agree with. Oh, it's World War III in there.
Yeah, because
automatic.
We're gonna express ourselves. Unlike y'all don't express yourselves, so we're
Because
more inclined
a
to
lot of stuff be invalid, and it comes from feelings. That's why.
And not
because we don't care. We don't care. That's not me. That's not true. I don't know what you've been dealing with, but no.
we express ourselves, and then y'all come back like, well, I feel like this is the rock and roll. I feel like, and then the most extreme example come out and shit. Just saying.
All right, we're gonna keep this thing moving, man. Brianna with the 20 piece, man. We appreciate you. You say just because I love the crew season, man. It's a fact, man. The love is mutual, man. We definitely appreciate you rocking with us for sure.
Fact.
Cole still in the building with the 5-piece. Say, what do you think of a man cohabitating with two girlfriends? One with a good career and another who is a homemaker and babysitter.
The fuck?
Hey, I ain't knocking it. I'm not knocking it. Hey,
Me neither.
If it works.
What?
If it works.
I'm not knocking it.
Do your thing.
Yeah,
That would be
I
dope.
agree.
That's like having a live-in.
Hey, you got to realize, like, I talked to my wife about this. Like, in my son's generation, like, if we talking numbers, right? Like we was just talking, if one man making 90 and all that type of shit, right? Most women are gonna be shooting for that man. You get what I'm saying? That's just how it works. Women are hypergamy. You get what I'm saying? So if you want great structure, well, if you want something to be structured under in the future, not these women these days, boy, they gonna have all this shit and dial on. You know, so they chasing their careers and shit. You're gonna get this big ass house, Mercedes, or whatever you gonna get. You still ain't gonna have no man. What's the point of you working that hard for? Anyway, we're gonna move past that.
I agree.
But for the next generation, I think they're gonna look at it like that. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me get under this covenant. He can take care of 2-3 women. You know what I'm saying? As long as we having a household together, we all pushing towards businesses and goals and all these type of things and building generational wealth. Why not?
Man, this next
Do you
women
share?
our age now, though, They look at it like, hell no, I ain't sharing no man. I understand the times we living in, but for your kids, that may be the way.
But there are women who are sharing men that they don't even know they're sharing.
That's true, but that's in the dark. I'm talking in the light where everybody can see it.
Do you have the same attitude if a woman had two men, one to get out there and mow that lawn and fix that roof, and the other one I'm going to
You
jet
know why
that
it don't
with?
work that way? Because she
No. Do you have the same attitude?
What you mean?
Not if it works. Are you in agreement? If a woman set up this,
I ain't tripping. But it won't work that way because she only can be pregnant by one man.
We're not talking pregnant.
Man, come on.
No, you didn't say that in the first situation.
I understand that, but we gonna deal in reality. You get what I'm saying? Ain't no two dudes sharing one girl. No. Well, he waiting outside the room while she getting beat down by the other dude. Man, that ain't happening.
See, that's what I'm. So I'm just playing devil's advocate because I agree with you. If a man wants to have two women and they're both in agreement with that and that works for their family,
y'all can have it.
Hey, go do it.
I'm gonna have another man.
I do believe it has to be a conversation. Like if this is something you want to do, then all parties have to be in agreement. This needs to be something. But I used to date a Muslim, and he was one of 5 brothers.
Right.
And every single one of his brothers had multiple wives.
And all of them die early. All of them. Every single one of them gonna die.
Every single one of them had 2 to 3 wives.
No, bro. You can't. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Yeah, 2 women in the same house. Are you out of your fucking mind, bro?
Yeah.
No. Some of them had 2 separate households. They would split the time.
Look at
that's not true monogamy then.
Ricky, there's a show. There's a show with black men doing this now.
Look what it say in the super chat. What do it say in the super chat? Right? Look, man, we already got McDonald's, Kool-Aid, you know what I'm saying, Newports, and cops trying to kill us, bro. Why would you put more stress on yourself in one house? What's wrong with you, bro?
I hear you.
But no. So I had a gentleman say, he said, when you have one wife, you're constantly fighting with her. He said, but when you have 2 wives, they're fighting with each other over you.
Nah, I'm fine with everybody in the house.
Hey, that sounds like stress both ways.
That's right in our time. But I'm talking 20 years from now, the plane may change. It's looking like it's going to change.
20 years from now, they're not going to know what they are at this rate because all these different things to identify yourself as. You know?
Next question. Honest citizen in the building says, "Beware, men should not be shamed want to date younger women. The quote unquote manipulate.
Y'all too sensitive.
Y'all are
tactic for men who have their own standards.
Predators.
Okay, let me say this.
It depends on the age gap. The age gap.
If it's a age gap, it's you're sucking their youth. You're trying to steal their youth. You didn't want nobody to steal your youth when you were 21 years old as a man, and a woman coming to you trying to make you settle down with her old ass. So don't try to do it with the young youth.
Well, those beatboxes are kicking in.
We're getting bold on this panel. The beatbox.
It's always our fault, fellas. I keep trying to tell y'all, man. It's always our fault, bro.
These beatboxes get you nice.
What flavor? Hey, B. Taylor, what flavor what flavor is that?
Lemonade, and I'm unfiltered.
B. Taylor, you have one?
I have one. I can't do 2.
Yep. Hey, them things creep up on you, boy.
Right. That's like, whoa, why is that right now?
I don't recommend 2 because I would,
2 will have you on your butt, bro. For real.
Man would probably come out that room and be like, walk off.
Listen,
but real quick, if it's not about manipulation, and I'm gonna go real extreme outliers, and I know they don't like that. If it's not about older men, beatbox, sorry. If it's not about older men manipulating younger women, when you think of sex trafficking, how come you're not kidnapping old women?
Exactly.
Because their pussy's used up. They don't want that shit.
No, because hold on. Can we talk about that? Because a lot of men will say, "Oh, she's been used up." You know how many hoes there was in high school? Ran through, getting trains ran on them in high school. There's some girls that got a bigger body count than grown ass women who are 30 years old and some 18-year-olds that's leaving out of high school. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Two
Yeah,
things.
but men like young and tight. They don't like that old and.
That don't mean you're gonna get that from a high schooler, because high schoolers, I literally saw girls literally get trains ran on
The
them.
snapback was quicker back then.
Everything's not back. That's not even.
Snapback was quicker.
What?
No, it's not. Snapback is not.
Anything pre-college don't count.
Hold on.
Anything pre-college don't count. You reset in college.
B
By
Taylor.
the time we say college,
So her wholeness just got deleted.
Hey,
What?
got deleted.
Hold on.
You didn't know no better.
B Taylor. So what you telling me right now, right there? You saying all pussy ain't good pussy? Is that what you saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Good.
Everybody don't got that snap.
Hey, and I don't want to hear nobody disagree with that fact that she just put out there. But we're gonna keep this thing moving because y'all getting a little too vulgar, man. Salute to the YouTube people that be watching and trying to flag the shit out of us. Taylor Anderson with the 2-piece, man. We appreciate it. Says women always use outliers as their talking points. Honest Citizen back again says most older women are indoctrinated by feminism. Maybe some truth to that. Sheldon Ward with the 5-piece. So we acting like the finest chicks in high school wasn't dating and getting pregnant by grown dudes. My pops was 50 when my mom's had me at 27.
Bruh.
That's what I was making a face at.
On God. Like this. So I'm about to attack your point, B Taylor, and it's on facts, right? Like y'all try to say they still in y'all youth, right? But when they, not y'all, not nobody on this panel, right? But in real life, right? They be 16, 17, 18. Girls I know in high school was dating grown niggas. Grown as hell. Let me tell y'all a quick story. I'm from Chicago. I went to Hyde Park Career Academy. It was on 50 something in Stony, right?
I didn't know you're from Chicago, Ricky.
Yes, ma'am, born and raised, right? So that was right before you hit Hyde Park. When you actually go into Hyde Park, it's another high school called Kenwood, right? The girls from my school, right, used to get on the bus and go to the McDonald's where R. Kelly used to hang out because they knew he was going to be there. The girls in my high school. And
they purposely went to him?
Yes, of course. They seen money and power. What you think?
What? I wasn't allowed to date.
Or maybe they was just hungry.
Oh, come on, Dad. Come
poor.
on, Dad. Come on, Dad.
And they wanted like a quarter pounder.
No,
like
she wanted more than some quarter pounders. She wanted some more pounders.
She wanted a Big Mac.
If you had a girl, like when you hit in my high school junior and senior year, if you had a girlfriend that went to school with you, it was weird. Because all of them was dating older dudes. Yes.
That's crazy.
I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend. I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend.
Year in high school. The beginning.
If I hung out with my friends, my parents would drive by to make sure I was there. I wasn't allowed to do that stuff. I don't even know what that's like.
I would say even middle school, I got in a fist fight one time because I'm telling too much, but I'm just saying this girl literally was dating an 18-year-old and she was in 8th grade. And I was like, she made fun of me for not having a boyfriend in the 8th grade. And I said, well, at least my boyfriend's not a predator. And we kind of fight about that. But it was girls that was doing stuff like that in 8th grade. It was dating 18.
Where they mamas at? Like, how they getting out?
Mamas, dads,
fathers.
Where their dads, where their fathers.
Yeah,
People like that would beat my ass if I said I had a boyfriend. I wasn't allowed. I remember I was
What both the parents was?
She was sneaking.
I was like, no, Dad,
home.
he's just my friend. I was
No,
19. No,
sneaking
Dad
around.
was my friend.
She was sneaking around, like, and
Right.
she thought I was gonna tell on her because she was sneaking around with him. Like the parents didn't know. Girl, man, you know how many girls were dating like older men and their parents didn't know? They thought they
I was
were
gonna say, don't let her have a friend.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That was the easiest way for them to get out.
Yeah.
When they had a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Lord have mercy, man. We got to do better as a society.
I remember my father would call. He'd be like, I need to talk to their parents to make sure they're going to be there. And then they would always drive by to make sure I was where I said I was going to be.
Nope.
Yeah,
They're leaving straight from school.
Different time.
Mom, I'm going to Brittany house. And Pee Wee pull up with the old school and the bang in the back.
with the Buick on 22.
Beating down your block, taking pictures off your wall.
22s on it.
Hold up, man.
You over there getting on the bus, watching her.
Hey, with the door that didn't open. Girl, get in the back seat.
Right. 18. Nigga got 118 in the back. All right. Sheldon Ward with the 2-piece. That's facts. OT Massandri been here since the 70s.
I tell you.
Okay.
Taps, the accountability partner with the 2-piece, says the definition of a leader. He sent 2. I want to read it. The definition of a leader is the person who leads or commands a group, organization, or country. Synonym of command is control. Much love to Crew Season. Boys, Sheldon Ward back again. 2-piece. Men stealing your youth versus women stealing our wealth.
Ooh.
Stealing or accepting?
Ooh.
Stealing or accept?
Both
Being the
statements.
gracious benefactor.
I like both statements.
See, man, you gotta watch Queen, man. Queen slick, man.
The one-way relationships. I hear you, Queen.
you Skull Nation with the 1-piece, man. We appreciate you, G, for sure. Crate Talk 5-piece says he could have been right about Queen. B. Taylor ended up with children from a number of men.
Huh? I don't know.
What? Yeah,
okay.
I don't know where that come from, but we're gonna keep this thing moving right here along. The next question I had, right, is that since we admit to women being career driven in this era, my question would be this: is it possible for a woman to pursue her career and be the best mom and wife that she could be?
Yes. I would say yes.
It's possible, but it's hard being
I would say yes. You just got to put in a little bit more work, man.
Yes.
Hey, let's just face it, dog. We need two incomes in this day and age.
We do.
You know what I'm saying? That's just the reality of this shit. You know, so sacrifices will be made. You know what I'm saying? While adjusting to y'all careers and shit. And if that takes a nanny, if that takes 24-hour daycare, you know, like it's gonna take a lot. You get what I'm saying? But it can happen. It can work. Trust me, it can work. But I also see with our generation, they don't want to put in that type of work. You know what I'm saying? I see women these days, they want to have a career and have a kid. And that's it. Because having being a wife, having a career, and having a kid, boy, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
But for a man, we look at it like, oh, that's just regular programming. You get what I'm saying? For us, we like, all right, wife, kid, career, family driving us down. Don't let you be the breadwinner of the whole family to where you don't want got to put the structure together and all that type of shit. That's a lot of burden on a man. And I think a woman is just stepping into that. Like this day and age of woman, this generation of woman, she's stepping into that and she don't know what to do. You get what I'm saying? Because that's new for all women these days.
What's new? What's new for all women?
Of having a career and a kid and putting a household together and all that type of stuff because y'all have to work. That's just how it is.
Even support,
you know what I'm saying?
Family members too sometimes.
Yeah, so all that is a lot of work. So right now I think they putting men, like, well, not men, but marriage on the back burner of that. You get what I'm saying? Because that's another component they don't have to deal with, so to speak. You get what I'm saying?
I feel like that component makes it easier. And the answer to the question, I disagree with you. I think it's no, because the question was, can you be the best? The best? Absolutely not. If you don't have time to focus on it, you can't be the best at it. If you're splitting your time, you can't be the best. The best is like focusing in and holding on one thing. You can be good, but it's like jack of all trades, master of none. But to be a master at it, you have to make sure you can focus your time and attention on that thing. If you're not focusing, your kids are going to get what you can give them after you've worked your 8 hours versus like all your time and attention. You can be the best mother possible because you have all that time and effort to give them. You're not tired when you come home because you're home. So not the best. You can be a good mother. You can be a damn good mother, but you're not going to be the best possible.
And that is true. But how many men that you know for real, work their ass off and still was the best father they could ever be?
I'm glad
it's
you
none.
said that.
It's none.
My father.
It's none.
My father.
No, it ain't, because your father had to work. I can guarantee you, if you could talk to your father and ask him, hey, if you can give it all up, and just be the best father you could possibly be. Like time, everything with
I can
being a father.
guarantee you
Would
that
you do
every
it
man
over?
in this panel, if you met my father, you would respect him and love him and gravitate towards him
Hey,
because
as a man, I know I would. But
the
if
best.
I had the choice to just be a great father, great husband, I know my job takes away from that. You get what I'm saying? I know my job takes away from that.
I agree, bro. Like, again, if we want to use the example, right? Like I said, if a man's at work all the time, right? And what's the story we always hear? The narrative, right? Yeah, if you at work all the time, yeah, you taking care of your kids, but what your kids gonna remember, right? Those moments you was there, right? What make y'all think it's any different for y'all?
Facts.
As a mom, I could say there is a difference between with my first son. I was able to stay at home, but that's because I was just graduating college and everything. So I was able to really spend quality time with him in that first year, and it made such a big difference. Then with my second, it's like I do have to work, and I have so much mom guilt coming home, and he's like, "Mommy!" Like, and he hasn't seen me all day. There's so much guilt there, and dad is here, but there's nothing like mom being there. And I grew up with my grandmother raising us, and she was a stay-at-home mom at one point. And there's such a big difference. When I would come, she would pick us up from school. She made sure we got off the bus safely. We didn't have to worry about anything. She was on point. She had our snacks, our food, everything ready for us. And when she went back to work and had to work full time, it was such a big difference. I got to experience both. So I know the difference in that. And you do get more attention as a kid when your mom is not working. I feel so bad at times because when I drop my kid off, it's all these like housewives talking to me saying, "Oh, we're gonna go to the park today, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that." And I'm like, I'm gonna be at work at that time. I'm not gonna be able to do that. My son is gonna have to get picked up by his dad at this time because I'm not able to get off work until later. So my son is like, my mom's not hanging out with the other moms. I'm not doing all the things with the other moms because I'm a working mom. And they're like, "Oh, it's okay, it's fine." I'm like, it's not fine because I have that guilt there. So I don't think that I can be the best mom that I want to be because I'm not there to physically do that. I'm a great mom. I do believe that, but I don't think that I can be the best of all that I can be because I am working.
Mm-hmm.
I can't comment on being a mom. I don't have biological children, but I can comment on, does it impact my role as a wife, my work schedule? It does sometimes. Does it prevent me from being good to my husband? If I don't communicate what I'm dealing with, then yes. If I'm able to communicate to him what's going on with me, what kind of pressure I'm under, how it's impacting me, then not so much, because then we come together, right? And he may cook dinner, and then you have that emotional component, because work can be a B, depending on what you do. For real, work. Some jobs, I'm serious, will break you down to your core. Some jobs will have you in the bathroom crying your eyes out just because there's a lot invested in it. Your home, your children's college tuition, your 401k. I'm talking about when you get really deep in and you have a lot invested and it's not as easy as, well, just quit. No. It's deeper than that, right? Because now you've mastered. I'm talking about mastery. You've mastered the marriage. You're so far in. You've mastered the job. You can't just turn around and expect somebody to pay you what you're making. So I feel like my work can impact my role as a wife if I don't communicate my needs, if I don't communicate how I'm feeling, how it's going to impact me, and the reason why I'm not sexually active this week, or not wanting to be touched, or what I need to feel good as a woman to, keep up my sexual life and make him feel needed and wanted. And this is real talk. I mean, if we're going to go there, we're going to go there. Mm-hmm. And I think as long as you're communicating that ebb and flow, he can step in and say, okay, what I need to do. And most men do. When they love you, they will step in and say, what do you need from me? What do I need to do? And that's my response as a wife, not as a mother, because I don't have children, and I would not even put myself in a position to even try to speak on that. And I think the mothers have done a really good job on this panel of speaking to that.
It all comes down to, and again, shout out to, I'm not knocking none of y'all, right? But it comes down to nobody don't want a mission, right? The one thing you don't get back.
It's time.
Time.
Right? Yeah, all that Queen Sheba said, yeah, your husband relate to you, communicating, blah, 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 but he still can't get those minutes back when you ain't at the house, and vice versa. Right? So that's the whole thing. This whole thing has been set up to steal time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? To have our families funnel money up to their family so they can actually keep their time in their family.
I work from home, by the way.
Do y'all mind?
I don't know if that makes a difference.
It does. I was actually gonna get in. Can you run that question back again? What was that question again?
Question is that do you feel like, because again we've admitted to women prioritizing their career in this era, do you feel like a woman can prioritize her career and still be the best mom and wife that she possibly can while doing so?
Not the best.
No, yeah, it's something's gonna get sacrificed. Something, and I'm gonna use me as an example. And my girl had a great job before she moved out here to Houston, and she sacrificed that job to come be with me. And
Aww.
but fortunately, I mean, she's working. Right now she works from home like Queen Sheba, so that dynamic works because there are things that she can do, and it doesn't consume all of her time. You know, she can move on the go. Like I can take 2-3 days off. We can work remote somewhere and do things like that because she has that time. And so so she took a step back from her career because it's like, you know, taking her son to school or just doing simple things, you know, the smallest things, you know, you can't do when you at work 8 to 5 because you also got to worry about getting up, getting ready. You got to deal with traffic. So really, your day is 6:30 to 7, damn near. You know what I'm saying? In a sense. So I think, you know, something is going to have to get sacrificed. It's either the money or the time with the child or being a good mother. Like something, you know, is gonna suffer, but you got to find a balance some kind of way. She just recently had another interview last week with a good paying job. But after we sat down, it was like, okay, well, if I'm working, you know, not getting off till 7 o'clock, you not getting off till 7 o'clock, like how can we take, you know, Aiden to practice? You know, how can we do this? How can we do that? So we, you know, talking about things and discussing things, and it was like, I know you want to, you know, make a little bit more money, but right now this is just the best decision because in a sense we'll be going backwards. You'll be making more money, but now we got to find a babysitter. We got to find after school stuff. Like it's all these other things that we think may be cool, but as a whole, you know, you may be taking a step back. So, you know, I salute her for that because, you know, it still helps out the household, of course, but she's not where she want to be just yet because, you know, she got goals as well. And so, you know, she kind of feel a certain way, but she supports me and, you know, she understands that this could grow, my career could grow. I'm doing other things as well. So, you know, I got to salute her for that. But yeah, something is going to suffer somewhere.
I love
see, I just gained like so much more respect for you just in that conversation right there. Like,
I'm like, oh my God. First of all,
look at all the moms were like,
I know, we're like, you said for Aiden, you like said it in a way where it's not like her kid. You were like, well, we got to think about Aiden. And that's one of the things I fell in love with my boyfriend is that he literally treats my child like his child. He said he calls him his son. Like that's a big thing for women because you don't get too many men that's going to do that. So all respect to you because that's amazing.
Appreciate it.
That boy
is the
is
one I
media.
met in Atlanta. That's the one.
No, I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you, man. Salute
That's
to
the
sis,
woman
man.
I met in Atlanta.
Now it's a different. Now I'm playing. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, no, but
Kelly, you gonna get that man put out. You gonna get him put out
no,
tonight.
yeah.
When did I go to Atlanta?
She was a sweetheart. She was a
Yeah,
sweetheart.
that was
But real quick, man, I want to welcome Miss Lucky Marie to the stage. We up here discussing, you know, career women, you know, how they shy away from marriage. I want to get your take. Yeah, man. I want to get your take on. Do you feel like a woman can chase her career vigorously and still be the best mom and wife that she could possibly be?
Probably not the best. She could do the best she can, but when you are chasing a goal, that has a lot to do with mindset. So a lot of the times, even just from personal experience, you being the best mother you can get, it's gonna mess with you that you miss certain moments. You can't really just be there all the time. I mean, you can, but then you're looking at the big picture. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that you could be the best wife or mother you could be, because that in itself is a full-time job. So therefore you're part-timing your parenting, you're part-timing you being a wife, you're part-timing that. And most of the time you're giving full time to whatever your goal is. So it's no way that you could be the best in every area. Something is getting missed, like you said.
I would
I
agree.
agree.
And early in the conversation, I heard y'all talk about men go through the same thing. That's 1,000% true. Like it literally breaks my heart when I gotta get off work and then come here and edit a podcast and then chop up clips and all type of shit. My daughter say, Daddy, you working again? She 3 years old,
Aw.
right? So it's like again, but progress and success and reaching certain heights comes with sacrifices. It's no way around it. You know what I'm saying? If I was half-assing, we wouldn't be where we are. You know what I'm saying, in terms of a brand and a crew and different things, and I wouldn't be as excelled at my job as I am. But fact is, that's what men gotta deal with. Especially because it is some households to where the woman not working, but the man is having to go to work, make the money, come home, still try to be a father, still try to implement jewels and gems and guide their kid in the right direction. And sometimes that's hard, man, when you get off a 14-hour shift or 12-hour shift and you got to come in that crib and muster up the energy because your daughter want to play basketball in the sunroom, or she want to play hide and go seek, and you tired as hell, but you got to muster that energy up to so you don't shortchange her. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard.
That's hard.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
I do
It's
want to
hard.
say it can be traumatic too, because just for me, most of the work that you do, if it's from home, is from a computer. So if you have a toddler, all they see is they parent back on this device. And then if you go from that device to your phone, all they know is they start acting out in ways where they're trying to get your attention. So that in itself could be traumatic because they don't really quite understand. So then you do have to pick a struggle, especially if you are running something like a YouTube channel. That should take time. So you have to figure out what's more important, and then you have to think about what's the long term. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I know people who work such busy lives, they have this thing where, okay, I'm going to work around the clock until my child turns 5. And then that way, by the time they're 5, I should be able to be there at all their games. I want to be able to, because raising a child and activities cost money too. You know what I'm saying? So I know people that actually, when they're the first few years of their child's life, they cool with sacrificing it because they feel like then I can remember it. I'll just, when you get a little bit older, I can enjoy you and then take me to counseling for whatever we missed when you was younger.
Right.
Yeah.
So I remember when my son was 3, he asked me, because I got a management position for a private practice, and he said, like, I would wake up and I would go to work and I would be gone before he would wake up, and my mom would take him to school, and then I would come home after he fell asleep, and then I would only see him on the weekends. And he said, "Mommy, do you not love me?" And I was like, why would you say that? He said, "Because I don't see you. Like, you never spend time with me." And he's only 3. And I'm thinking, like, I cannot put my job over my child, because at this point he knows that he's not seeing me. So that's when I stepped down. I was like, you know what? I have to figure something else out, because I can't sacrifice being a mom for a career. So that really hurt.
You know what? But then you think about it, and it's like if there's a long-term goal there, because like I work in the news business. So when Hurricane Harvey hit, I was at this news station and I was working like 25 hours straight, and I didn't even see my kid, and that was like probably the hardest thing ever for me personally, because I'm like, everybody's with their family, hugging on their children, and here I am working, helping out people in need. It's like I'm serving the community, but my child, like he needs his mom. Like there's flood waters everywhere, and everything is going on and I'm not there for him. So there's a lot of sacrifice that comes with having a career. And I think that's women, ideally, if they can have a perfect world, they want to go to school, get the education, live their career, and then settle down, have the kid, settle down, get married, have the kid, and then be able to like build a point where they don't have to work as hard. But that's not reality. And I'm trying to work hard. So I'm like, mommy can provide all of these things for you, you know? So there is a lot of sacrifice that comes with being a mom, a working mom in general. So,
But at the end of the day, the kids don't remember the things. They remember the time. That's what's most important.
The truth is, you know what I'm saying? If we want to keep it a being, right? Yeah, everybody want to say it's about the kids, and you provide for your kids, no doubt. But it's really because, you know, everybody want to maintain a certain lifestyle. You want to live a certain way. You want to look a certain way. You want to be able to dress a certain way. You want them shoes when you want them.
yeah, but I get my kids going to private school, all this. I do a lot.
Right,
Sacrifice. I sacrifice myself. I ain't got my nails done right now. Like I sacrifice a lot of stuff for myself that a lot of they want to talk about. Oh, your weave done. You ain't got this. I'm not getting that done because I'm sacrificing for my kids, and maybe I ain't getting my nails done because I'm sacrificing for my children. It is a lot of thing, but
when your kids are young, it's like they're constantly growing. You have to constantly buy them diapers and clothes and shoes. You're a new size. Okay, we got to get you new pants, new clothes, all the time. I remember I didn't shop for the first 10 years of my son's life. I didn't buy myself anything.
Summer camp and karate and martial. That shit costs money. That costs so much money, and they ruin their shoes and clothes. Like we're constantly buying stuff, so it is. I mean,
and then when they don't stick with it, it's like I just bought these cleats and this outfit. You don't want to do it anymore.
For one time, I agree with Ricky. Very rare. Very rare. Let me take a sip. Hold on.
What?
We do want to floss, and we do want, you know, whatever comes with that in a moment. I think the only thing that we're missing is the post life. We set our kids up for the moment, but not after death. So when we leave, God forbid, and we pass away, they're stuck with GoFundMe options as opposed to legacy life insurance policies.
No, I have
I don't do that.
I do too.
I got 2 life insurance policies. My house will be paid off if I die. But my son is good.
But when we talk about the dominant majority of the Black community, right? We represent that P. Remember that P on the shelf? Mm-hmm. For the YouTube world, most of them don't. They don't. Their kids don't have that. They go into foster care. They go live with somebody else, whatever. And that's the only small part I think that we neglect with trying to. I think it's okay to provide for our kids and stretch ourselves, but think about their future beyond the moment.
On legacy.
Yeah.
I would agree. And to this question in terms of women in their careers, I want to go to the fellas with this one, because a lot of times when you have a woman that's working her ass off, as a man, it gets a bit confusing on where I fit into this thing. So Smooth, how do you approach that, bro? Like, you know, if you got a woman that's out here grinding and hustling and kicking ass in her career, how do you find a way to fit into that?
I don't know, man. I'm a different man, man. I just like, man, whatever time I get, I'm cool with that. I understand what we're working for. You know what I'm saying? We didn't start off rich. Now, if we started off rich, I have a different goal in mind. You get what I'm saying? But we working this hard to make sure my son is able to do things we can never think about. We can never dream about. You get what I'm saying? Because you got to start somewhere. You get what I'm saying? Like, I wish I was privy to the things that I know my son is going to have access to with living where we live in the school that he's going to. You know what I'm saying? I live around lawyers and doctors and people that work in big refineries and all that. So you get to see a lot of different lives and how they can live in and what you can do, what you can really put your hands on. You know what I'm saying? Us coming from Port Arthur, most we ever seen was refinery workers. We ain't seen nobody in suits. You know what I'm saying? And the nurses, they was women and they was in the house. So you ain't get that type of game type of shit. You get what I'm saying? So I just feel like for me and my wife, it's it's a sacrifice for us to make sure my son and hopefully our future kids get the opportunity to just be something greater than what I could ever think about. You get what I'm saying? But it starts with me though. It starts with the foundation I'm gonna lay for them. You get what I'm saying? Like, hey, go be and do the greatest thing you could ever do. You get what I'm saying? Like, don't put yourself in a box. Like, you get to see it all. I'm sacrificing this time to make sure we get this money to make sure your life is comfortable. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to worry about working when you're 16, 18. You get what I'm saying? You ain't got to worry about going to college. We got that. You ain't got to worry about buying your first car. We got that. You get what I'm saying? All you got to worry about is putting the chips together how you want it to look. You get what I'm saying? But most of us, like me, I didn't have that. I had to work all that shit while putting the pieces together. That's tremendously hard. And you're going to make a lot of mistakes. So
here's a question, because like, fuck it, I'm gonna just ask it. How do you not lose your sense of value in a situation like that, right? Because we, a lot of men define ourselves on our ability to provide for our woman, right? But if our woman is out here kicking ass in her career, it's very easy for us to feel like, well, damn, what is the use of me being here? So my question is, how do you not lose your sense of value in that type of scenario as a man?
man, I would say placing my ego to the side. You know what I'm saying? Because my ego wants me to, you know what I'm saying, be like that. But you take that away and understand like what the goal is, what the driven for, what drives this train. You get what I'm saying? Then you'll understand what your true purpose is in your family, in your bloodline. You know what I'm saying? It starts somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It starts somewhere. So that's how I look at it. I'm gonna fit in regardless. I don't care what's going on. As long as my wife comfortable, I'm cool. I can make it work.
Well said. Oh,
That's a fact.
when you dating a woman that's career driven, like how do you find your place in that? What do you fit into that?
Shit, I don't really fit. I'm just, we just make it work. We just figure it out. Um, Another example with us, like there was a point where she was working and she was at the time going to cosmetology school. So this is her working cosmetology school and it's long distance. Nigga, that's tough. Along with my schedule, I'm working, I'm up, I'm going 10, 12 hours out the day. When we got the pod, that's, quite a bit of time. She got family, you know what I'm saying? So it's doing all that stuff from a long distance. So during that time, I mean, she's up at 6, not back home till 10, and she get ready to go to bed again, essentially. I'm just kind of winding down, just getting home from work, just finishing training or whatever. So it was
Up at
just
6 a.m., not back till 10 p.m.
yeah, because she was working. She had to pick her son up, then she like take him to her dad house, and then she would go to cosmetology school from like 5 to 9, something like that.
A lot.
So she's not getting home till 10. So yeah, she was working long, crazy hours. And so again, with us being long distance, I would just, hey, I'm thinking about you, or you need something, you want to talk, da da da. Like we just made it work what we could, but it got to a point when she realized like this is a lot. She's not spending time with her son. The only time she's seeing him when she waking him up and she putting him to bed. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of that time was being missed. So she had to fall back from that and kind of put that on the back burner. Um, and with trying to have a relationship long distance, you know what I'm saying? So it was tough. It was tough, but we just, I kept telling her like, we good. Cause there were times where she would get frustrated because she was like, you don't even seem bothered by this. You don't even care. And I'm like, it ain't that I care. I don't care. I just understand. Like when you said that this is what you want to do, I was with you 100%. So I knew that something was going. I'm gonna lose some time with you. I'm gonna lose, what I'm saying, staying up all night with you because you got to get up in the morning again. So I understood those things early on, and so I was always just level headed about it. But she would have her ups and downs because she missed me. She want to see me. I can't come down this weekend, or you can't come down, so you're too busy. Like it was a point where we didn't see each other for like 6 weeks. She was hurt, and I'm like, it wasn't that I didn't care, but it was like I knew what I signed up for at
Yeah.
the beginning.
Can you explain
So,
to the men how you came to a place of understanding? Because I think that's the gap.
I don't
You
know.
really care. Like I think it was
Yeah, it was
genuinely
just
care.
that's really what it was. I
You
cared,
really care.
and so when
We
you
get
care,
that, but they don't. Some of them tuned in. I think they need a little bit. And I don't mean that in an offensive way.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times we give out recipes, but we don't say what temperature, exactly what ingredients. So
Mhm,
can you kind of walk us, the men, through, and also the women? How
mhm.
did you get from a point of being to where you were to where you are, where you really said, I understand?
It was just the confidence within. It's like me. Like I knew who I was, and I knew what I was capable of, and I was like, as long as she can understand who I am and understand that I got her back no matter what, then we're gonna be good. And I'm gonna keep, trying to motivate her as best I can. If I can go down and see her, if it's even because she lives in Dallas, so that's 4 hours away. So even if I did a turnaround trip, I just go see her that night and I come back that morning. Like if that makes her day, then I gotta do what I gotta do just to kind of
Mhm.
buy some more time. So it just showing that you really care and doing those extra steps. And if we went a few weeks without seeing each other, cool, but making the most of the time that we did spend together. So it's just effort. It's effort, and you can really you'll tell when somebody care about you. And I mean I can't really explain it outside of effort. That's like really the main thing.
That was good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
OT, all the women in the chat are probably wishing you were single right now.
No, oh, they're wishing you would give her the ring. We're so happy for you in that relationship.
Oh yeah, she gonna get it. She gonna get it.
I'm not gonna let y'all put the pressure on my dog. This what I'm
We
not gonna
just
let happen.
did. We just did.
Pressure is on.
No
I feel
pressure.
it.
Nah, I feel it, Ricky. If you advising a young dude out here that's dealing with a woman that's super career driven, caught up in her career, and again, wife. When you talk about a motherfucker that he dating, wife that's driven in her career, like how does he go about fitting into that? How does he go about navigating with a woman like that?
Oh man, career driven woman, right? What's the end goal? What's the end goal, right? Is she the one you trying to marry, the one you try to be with? That's easy then. You know what I'm saying? You PYP, nigga. You PYP. You play your position. PYP. If she worth it. If she worth it. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you looking to just kick back and waste time, hey, you got a decision to make. I mean, the decision should be easy, right? But again, these are the conversations you should be having before y'all even get to this conversation. It's a conversation you're supposed to be having. Hey, what you want? You know what I'm saying? And like I said, person being honest with you, you can't do nothing but respect them because at least you know how to deal with them. So that being said, more than likely, before y'all even got to this point, you had a conversation with the woman you're interested in that this is what she want, and y'all came to some type of agreement and or cooperation. That's it.
I agree with Ricky.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd agree. I think, as a man, like you is well aware of the type of woman that you got with. So it's a situation where, because people make this mistake a lot, right? They'll like be dating somebody, and they'll see the ambition in them. They'll see them out there chasing their career. They'll see them out there doing whatever the case may be, and then they'll get with the person and try to change them because that situation is no longer comfortable to me. You know what I'm saying? It was cool when we was just dating. It was cool when we was kicking it, right? But now that we move into a more serious fashion, I need you to kind of chill on that. Like I had we got listeners right into the pod every week, and we had one that wrote in. This was a woman. She said that she was up for a promotion at her job, and she, of course, what I'm saying, you go to you go to your husband about it, or not your husband, but your her boyfriend. I don't, because she's not married, but her boyfriend at the time, and ask him, what does he think about that? And he told her no. He said I don't think you should take the promotion because it's going to be way more time consuming than it is now, and that means that you're gonna be out of the house more, and that means that you're not gonna be focused on me more. Right? So look, be Taylor face, but but these situations happen all the time, all the time. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think you got to understand like who you signed up for. If this person is career driven, you knew that when you signed up for them. So when you get in that situation, just like Ricky just said, you got to get in where you fit in at.
Exactly.
You got to
But I feel
wrap
like
your mind around the fact that she's ambitious. Wrap your mind around the fact that she's going to be constantly trying to progress her career, and wrap your mind around the fact that she's not going to be available for every single beck and call that you may have.
And we
Yeah.
can be
But I feel like
career, but we're driven to build generational wealth, because let's be honest here, it does in this generation and inflation, it takes two incomes most of the time to have a sustainable life for your children and their future. So yes, let's work together and let's get to that 6-figure mark where both of us are bringing in incomes for our children to have a better future.
But I
And
feel like the man can sacrifice as well. Like, but I feel like a lot of times people talk about women choosing their career over their relationship. And I met a gentleman, and my goal was I actually got an offer to work outside of the country, but I asked him. I was like, "So where are we headed? Is that something that you?" I brought it to his attention, and he asked me not to do it. So I didn't go because I didn't want to choose my career over my relationship. So I stayed so we can build. But even when he found out what my passion was, it was like, because I support him so much, he wants to support me. He's like, he sends me like every morning like news articles of like what my dream is. Like, he's supporting me like this is already a reality. So I think that if a man really cares about you, he will support your dreams and goals. But I think you have to do that for him as well.
Okay, that's hard. That's hard because I have a kid, right? And I'll say this because I denied it. Like probably last year, so I got a big job offer from CNN. Like, this was a time for me to work at National News Network, where that was a dream of mine at one point. At the time, I said no because it did not fit me being a mother. The schedule did not fit me being a mother, and I'm like, this would take away so much time from my child, where I had to say no. And it's like that pull where women are like, oh man, career or children. But because I already have a child, it's like, I gotta choose my kid. Like, I had a big opportunity, and I look at life optimistic. Like, I'm just very optimistic, where I'm like, that can happen again. It'll be the right timing and the right schedule for me. But I do think that choosing family first is very important on some of those opportunities as being a working woman.
quick question for all of the panelists. And I know we're talking about like how it impacts family and relationships and kids, but there's one thing that we all do in common that's not work, that's a hobby that I discovered takes a lot of time away from the spouse in the home. YouTube, content, creating. How do you handle that? I had no idea how many hours I would be locked away from my husband. And we all do that, whether we're single, married. And I think that's something we could all add value. So let me pause. How do y'all handle that? Because that's still a form of work until you get paid for it. I mean, it's still work, right? Whether it's a hobby, getting monetized, whatever. But how do y'all deal with that?
Can I go first? Because I'll tell y'all about my day. I just worked my day starts at 6 a.m. And even when I do these podcasts and we're up until like 2 a.m. or almost 3, Trill, I get up at 6 a.m. I get up. I got to get my kids ready. I got to pump breast milk. I still pump, even though I'm drinking. But, I still pump. I get my kids ready for school. I get myself ready for work. And I got to work 8 to 9 hours, come home, cook, get the house ready, still be be with my partner and everything. He helps me out a lot. And then I gotta get to YouTube. You know, I gotta write down things on my lunch break. I'm writing down ideas for my YouTube channel because I do that for passion. Although it does pay, I do it for passion as well because it doesn't support my lifestyle. You know, when we start off doing YouTube and content creating, it doesn't support our life yet, but it's something that pays off, right? So my day today, I got off of work, you know, and I had to make sure my kids ate. I hopped on one panel with Kayla. Then right after, I was eating in between panels. Y'all saw me eat
Can we tell them what you were eating?
My boyfriend made me some noodles. I asked for some ramen noodles. He told me some ramen noodles, and I was eating them in between.
Oodles and oodles.
And then I came on here, and you know, I'm on a panel. And guess what time I gotta wake up in the morning at 6 a.m. and I'm still doing it. So it's just motivation because I feel like it's gonna pay off in the future. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired, y'all. Like I'm very, very tired.
Yeah, I mean, fact of the matter is, man, like you can't shortcut the grind. It is what it is. So it's a situation where, you know, women say this all the time, and normally it gets on my nerves, but in this situation it applies. You make time for what it is that you want. Right? It's only 24 hours in a day. Sure. So what that means is that if we creating content, then we got to get it, you know, we got to get it in where we can get it in. So in my situation, it's a lot of late nights. You know what I'm saying? I gotta come home. I gotta make sure my old lady is good. I gotta make sure my daughter is good. And then when they sleep, then that's when I do my editing. So it may be 1, 2 in the morning. I gotta get up for 6. I gotta get up for 5. You know what I'm saying? But that's just what gotta be done in terms of editing the podcast. Same thing. That podcast is gonna come out Tuesday morning, rain, sleet, or snow. I don't care if we recorded it Monday night. And oh no, we done recorded it at Monday night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. They leave. I'm drunk, everything. I gotta lock in, edit that pod so I can get it out for Tuesday morning because our listeners don't give a damn about the excuses. We are a part of their week. So once you consistently feed that need, you gotta keep feeding that need. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what like makes it a bit and again that's why I like the 100K means so much is because it just shows the like perseverance through all that shit. Like especially when we got 4 different people on our pod with 4 different family situations with 4 different job working schedules and all type of shit, and we got to figure it out every week. That's some days we don't even know when we shooting that bitch. Like we, like most pods got like a schedule. Yeah, we're gonna shoot every Friday at 9. With us, a lot of times we don't know when we shooting that bitch till probably a day or 2 beforehand. So it may be we may be able to look up and sneak in a Friday, or we may have to do that bitch Monday night. But whatever the case may be, we got to roll with the punches. But in terms of a family situation, that's why I got so much respect for my wife because she's so understanding of it.
Yeah.
A lot of women would would make big issue
Shout out
with the fact that I'm, what I'm saying, gone so much, and the fact that I'm so preoccupied with some shit that ain't got nothing to do with the family, you know what I'm saying? But she understands, that it's a productive situation, and she makes it as easy for me to do it as possible. So I think support system is important. And then, and like I said, just understanding the fact that like you got to get it in where you can get it in, because one thing I'm not gonna do is slack on my duties in the crib. I'm not gonna slack on being a husband. I'm not gonna slack on being a dad. So this is my hobby. This is my passion on the side. So I got to fit that shit in where I can fit it in. So I think those is the 2 main things that what I'm saying that has to happen for this to happen.
That's respect. Yeah. And respect to Paige. She's amazing. I had a chance to meet her. She's a beautiful woman, inside and
out. She's the real one behind it.
I'm new to this whole like YouTube thing, what have you. I've only been like kind of dipping my toe in it. I say I'm at the embryo stage of it for the last month or so. But I just got to give a shout out to you guys for the 100K. I mean, you all definitely one of the platforms that I rock with on like real tough, because y'all, I don't know, there's something different about what y'all do. Y'all create an environment that's all about communication, understanding, and actually getting something out of it, not just screaming at somebody, trying to sit in there pontificating and poking your chest out. So that's why I rock with, because the thing these platforms can be used for so much more than I think a lot of people are actually out there using them for. And I appreciate y'all for actually tapping into that. So
That's
one
love
to
to
y'all.
I
So
appreciate you, bro.
yeah, and like I said, I'm naturally a night owl. I stay up late. If I wasn't like, on somebody's platform, or I'd be watching a movie or doing something like that till like 1:30 at night. So that's just the kind of how I rock. And I usually just don't do anything till after like 9:30 when all the kids are like deep in bed, to where I ain't gotta have no issues. And my wife, she goes to bed real early. She goes to bed like 9:30, 10. So it's never really a serious issue. But I'm hoping to get it to the point where you guys are, where it's like a lot more significant work to be put in. Because right now I'm just on people's platform doing my own little content here and there. But like I said, I appreciate what y'all do.
Yeah, for me, I would just say just understanding. Bottom line, I mean, because I can work a lot or work a little, but regardless, I got to make sure I find that time for her. She want that quality time, undisturbed. I'm still learning that as well, because I'm like, damn, we sleep together every night. What you mean quality time? Like,
I lay right beside you. What do you
you know what I'm saying? I'm watching TV, you in my lap. Like, come on, like that's quality time, right?
Hey,
But no, she won't. It's a little bit more in depth to that. So
She want intentional time.
yes,
It's a difference
yes.
between just kicking it together and
The boy-
intentional time.
the boy,
I want
It's
I want to ask one of you brothers that been doing it for a minute. I'm
And
asking one of
her
you
love
brothers
language.
that's been doing it for a minute. Have you ever got one of that? You staying up all night talking to all these beautiful women,
Nah, it's just
all the
I'm,
time, bro.
It's just
just
so
I'm not
funny because
making
men,
time
we
for
could just
her.
be like, we're sitting right beside each other watching this game. We're spending
If we
time
plan,
together.
if we plan to watch one of our favorite shows together, that's being intentional, in my
That's
opinion.
true. I agree.
Yes.
So you better take that quality time, though, because I
That's
could be
true.
downstairs watching a game or something. You feel me?
No, women want to look in your eyes and we want to talk.
No, I'm good with just watching TV and our TV shows together. As long as you don't watch our show
Without me. Come on,
That's
man.
y'all, and that be y'all.
To
My
me-
wife stay watching all the show. I ain't waiting for you. I'm like, all right.
What you gonna do, B. Taylor? You gonna pull the plug out of the Xbox again on the
Like
brother?
she did last week. Like she did last week.
You gonna pull the plug out on him? Oh, you gonna watch
Oh,
Housewives
God.
without me?
You know what? I pulled the plug out his game. He watched all of our shows without me. All of them. So
As you should.
My
Yep.
dog. I
Yep.
gotta get her back.
What about you, Lukey? You kind of quiet. You kind of quiet over there.
Lucky?
So lucky.
Did I say it wrong?
Yeah.
Blame it on the
I'm
beatbox.
learning. I think that I'm learning just from listening to y'all. I'm not that clingy. Not saying that y'all clingy, but I think I need time to miss the person I'm with. So I like busy. I can't be with a man who's not busy. So I like the fact that you got something to talk about. I got something to talk about. So I like that she says she wake up early. I wake up at 4. So I like for everything to be on a routine. My child is on a routine. When she takes a nap, I have time to do other things. I like to trade and keep being a trade for a certain amount of time. So those are certain things that I give my time to. So then while she wakes up, then I'm back on her, getting her on schedule, things like that. Okay, I do meal prep. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't be so much to cook dinner. So I plan out, okay, on these 2 days of the week, this is what I'm going to make, this and that and the other. So everything is pretty much planned as far as time management, because there was a time where I would forget to eat. I would forget to do a lot of things. So then you learn to eat while you're feeding your child, while they're eating. You learn to clean the house while you're listening to something else. Sometimes people send you a link to a podcast. I like that they don't all say cam up, because I could be vacuuming while I'm on your stream, and then I just tap in. You know what I'm saying? So as far as my channel, it is a hobby, and I feel like I enjoy like tapping in with other people. But on my channel, if it come in between anything that I actually have going on that's in rotation, it get cut. Like it's not even that serious. Now I can see if I had a channel that had a continuous, it was growing and stuff like that, then I'd take a little bit more serious. But right now it's not that serious. Once it becomes not fun and it seems like this is just another job, no, it just goes. So I like spending time with who I'm with, like we cool and stuff like that. But I also like the space. Can you go watch something? Can't you just go? It never gets like that. I don't want you always in my face. And then It's like sometimes if it's late at night, if you sleep in the bed, somebody send a link, you're not tripping. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I couldn't be with nobody who all in my face or you watch the show without me. We got DVR. I'll watch it and then we can talk to each other about it later on in the day. If you be, I'm really tripping if you watch the show. Just don't spoil it for me. Or if we watch it again, you better be excited when it happened again. You know what I'm saying? Just don't be like, yeah, I've seen that already. Or look at him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just be engaged. But
Now, you know they're not watching it again, right? Most of them. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, guys?
I might
Nah, I
watch
can watch it.
I don't know if he want to.
That's y'all who can't watch stuff over. I watch whatever other times over.
Exactly.
Maybe I am clinging because I want to smell you.
That
You're
girl.
my man.
I like how organized Lucky is, girl. I'm gonna have to hit you up because you get up at 4 and it sounds like you got it together.
I mean, it's something about getting up.
Hey, that can become stressful though, being too organized. Because once you go off track just a little bit, you're gonna flip your top. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be irritable. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing. So it's hard to just be on point with everything.
Lucky, have you always been like that before you became a mother, or was it after you became a mother?
I was pretty scheduled before. I'm just not the type of person that feel like you should be laying
Military household.
at a certain time. But when I did have a daughter, it did give me a little bit. It made it easier with a schedule because kids have to be on the schedule.
Yeah.
So if I want her to eat by a certain time, I need to get up early because I like to meditate as soon as I get up early, drink a whole bunch of water. I like to do my own thing. So then once I do my own thing and then she get up, she whining, she picky. Sometimes I gotta cook something different because she don't want this. Then we cooking 3-4 things. So it's like I set certain things aside to have it organized just in case because I learned my child. Her father, a little bit different. He eats certain things. So how about this? We can agree on breakfast this week we eating. If you got complaints, take your ass to McDonald's.
I must be clean because I want to do my own thing with my man.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
A lot of bit.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Ooh, no, in my house.
I want to be a pretzel with you.
No, in my house, it's
I
all
can't. I can't. I need my own individuality. I need us to come together. Hey, what's up? You know,
no, it could be as individuals.
We apart. Gone. Like I can't just be
together.
under you. Like
I want to smell you.
I mean, I do like to be all in your business, but I don't want to be always around you. Like you need friends. You need another life. I'm also a person. I do want to see what women find you attractive. I don't want my man going out and women ain't looking at him because then it's a problem.
You can go. Like right now, my man is out of the country, but when he comes back, I want to smell him.
I'm territorial. I'm like Kelly a little bit. Like I want to be underneath my man.
I want to sniff you
every way possible.
I don't want to be underneath him, and maybe that's because I've been married a while. He has a man cave.
I want to be beside him and I want to smell him.
Oh, I don't. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I hope he goes upstairs today. I hope he go upstairs today. I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but damn, I hope he go upstairs today.
She's preaching right now.
How long have you been married?
She's preaching right now. Go ahead, Ricky.
Yeah.
How long have you been married, Sheba? How long? How long have you been married, Sheba? Yeah.
I've been married 5 years. We've been together a total of 7. We dated 2 years. And we've been married 5.
Maybe I'm just in the honeymoon phase because I want to smell.
No, I mean there's a balance. I think you could like being around the person you were supposed to. Like I want that to be my best friend, but I don't want to. I don't want it to be where we're so around each other where nothing I tell you is news. Like you just know already. I don't want to start treating my man like my homegirl where I'm gossiping with him and he gotta be involved. That's just too much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like some stuff, I want him to act like he cares. Like what? Dang, that's crazy. I can call my friend for that. I don't really need you to in tune talking about some wishy do and wish. That's too much. That's
girl, what you say?
Yeah.
I don't want to watch Housewives with you. Like that's weird.
I don't mind if he watch it with me, but he starts to, why are you watching this?
No, because
all y'all do is fight and complain and gossip. Like, blah blah blah. This is dumb.
That's me. Yeah, that's me right there.
Yeah.
I don't watch
stuff be too influential, man. It's reality
and I would want him to go like to museums.
We can watch Power or something like that. Like, we can't watch the girl stuff together. That's weird. I don't know.
All right, man. Real quick, man. We're gonna get to Ricky, and then we're gonna pay some bills before I ask the last question of the night. Ricky, go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was just gonna say, in my house, that's why we both got hobbies. You know what I'm saying? I schedule my cast around whether she, they have they had a little girls' night or whatever, or she had bingo or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I schedule my stuff around that. And I'm gonna be honest, I hear y'all. You know what I'm saying? But shit, when it's time we spend time, damn y'all subs. I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I'm a real person, and I want y'all to rock with me the way I rock with y'all. You know what I'm saying? So when I say, "Hey, I can't make it," there's a reason I can't make it. You'll get over it. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, with your friends?
What?
With your friends? What do you say when you say?
No, he's saying he can't make it to YouTube. It's his family
Oh,
first.
YouTube. Okay, I was confused.
Ricky is family first. Team Ricky, team family.
Yeah, get over it. Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, that's a fact. All right, man. We're gonna pay some bills real quick, and then we're gonna get to the last question of the night, man. Salute to Crusader Nation in the building, man. I see y'all, Daryl. I see you in this motherfucker modding like you supposed to. JC, I see you modding, cleaning up everything, man. Y'all boys on y'all job tonight. Shout out to the again, Crusader Nation is in the building. This done been a lively conversation. Bunch of gems, man. Solution oriented. Salute to Beatbox for damn sure. Again, man, if you ain't tapped into Beatbox, man, tap in, bro. All you got to do is buy, I think it's a 6-pack, costs about $18. You can get it at Total Wine, or, again, they got a store locator. So you can go to Google, type in Beatbox store locator, and they're going to type in your zip code. They're going to bring up every store by you that sell it. So make sure y'all tap in, man.
It does work. I used it today.
I got it from the corner store for $3.99 each, and you only need one, but I'm drinking 2.
You only need one.
That's
2 is a problem. But you really only need one.
That's real shit. So like, when people, so when people be watching the pod, they be like, "Man, what the hell is in them boxes? Them niggas drinking, bro." It's D-box, man. Again, you see the neon behind me, man. Salute to the gang. But let's pay some bills real quick. Honest Citizen says, "quote unquote," still in your youth is hot girl summers better.
I want a cold girl winter.
Well, for one, why do they think that living your life is slutting yourself out? Like, I'm sorry that women revolve their whole lives around men. Us having fun doesn't require just men. Sorry, thank you.
Well, living your life with only
I have fun without having sex. Like, it doesn't
living your life with short-term intentions is just a bad look all around.
Women are living by way of brunch. They're going out. They're flying out with their girlfriends. They're having pajama parties. They're going to. I mean, they are making things. They're doing nonprofit events, raising money for the communities. Was that a question from a man? Because most men
has nothing to do with having a penis inside your body. Just so you guys know, like your penis isn't the end all be all to life.
That set them off.
Hey, no, y'all can live.
Clubhouse rules in effect.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
My question is,
it's the beatbox.
My question is this, right?
B. Taylor, high five.
Again, what y'all explained, it don't involve getting no butt, living your best life. Blah,
it's not about a penis.
It's not about men don't understand we need to have fun with alcohol.
Yeah, no doubt, right? But why is living your best life by yourself though?
It's not by
herself.
No. It's not about the best life. It's about
Stop, right?
Sorry, the king does speak. My apologies.
No, you're all right, Kel. You're all right, sis. You're all right, right? Don't sit up here and act like living your best life isn't a phrase used for single women. That you're alone, that you're not tied down with a man. So with that being said, ladies, why is living your best life not include a man?
Because our life doesn't revolve around men, and unlike men, revolve around y'all.
Okay, so I'm gonna say it's not living your best life, but it is self-discovery. Because if you tie yourself with a man and you don't know yourself, you can tie yourself to the wrong man. That's what people always say. We grew apart because you didn't even know yourself. So you're with a man and you become this whole different person as you age. And that's not the person you should have been with. You should have known who you were. And you should know who you should tie yourself with for eternity. That's life. That's Like when you get married, it should be a one-off. Like I got married, this is it. This is a one and done. But people get married, they do these trial marriages because they don't know themselves. They don't know what they want. They don't know what they like. They don't know, like, because they haven't had a chance to experience who they are. Oh, maybe I like to go to plays. This guy doesn't like it. So I got to go by myself. So I'm living my best life by myself. You should find out what they like, what you like, and you guys can do this shit together. Because the point is doing life with another person. That's the whole reason why I didn't move away. Because I'm like, I could go have all these memories by myself, or I can wait to do it with someone that I really, really enjoy. We can make these memories together. We can make this a lifetime thing.
I'm interested in how y'all changed the whole like connotation of hot girl summer into going to plays. How is that? You know what people are talking when they're talking about hot girl summer. You know it. And now they're trying to change it to all these highbrow, appropriate situations. And you know it's not that.
I love it.
That's not what the men are talking about. And you know that.
Okay, can I ask you what you're talking about just so that we make sure we're following?
That's my version of fun. I want to go to a Broadway
is throwing ass.
You know?
Nobody's having sex. It's not hot girl summer. It's not about a penis. You guys need to get over yourself.
I said it's
not about a penis.
Well, you don't take that up with us. Take that up with Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion.
Hold on. Can y'all explain exactly what you mean by that so that we make sure that we're tracking? Because we're giving you what it means to us, but it sounds like, Damien, that you have a completely separate.
Well, not just
definition.
Damien. I just think the vast majority of people who've heard anybody kind of utter the phrase "hot girl summer" weren't thinking about plays.
I want to co-girl.
They were thinking about women going to the club. They're doing like just any song where it has the word "hot girl summer" in it. Look at the video if the visual is attached to it. It's a woman twerking on a boat. There's a woman like at the club. There's a woman like not caring about what's going on, hooking up with dudes. It's all kinds of connotations.
Hot girl summer means.
I know the words to the song. Real ass don't get bugged by the nigga. Here's what it is. It's a big right. I got all that. But I'm not talking about hot girl summer. I'm talking about getting to know who you are as a human.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the getting to know you, the self-exploration summer. Got you. Okay, my bad. the self-actualization summer.
Let me ask you one question.
I didn't hear that song. I haven't heard that song. Please. Link it in tag it in the chat. I want to hear the self-actualization summer song.
Self-actualization summer. Don't get about it.
There's something so empowering going out with your girls.
All right. Hold on. Wait a second. Everybody calm down. I still got to get through these bills. We got to pay these bills, man. Y'all get sidetracked every single time. God damn it. That's why I hate when I see the super chat and it's a question. I hate it with a passion, man. Tanya in the building with the 20 piece, man. We appreciate you. For sure. Tanya says, I'm every woman. Some women grew up seeing men struggle and stress to care for the family. So some women shall provide a role so no one is stressed or lacking quality time with family. Is that wrong to you? Thoughts?
Are we supposed to answer or do you want to go to the next question?
Quickly. Two people answer quickly in a very quick fashion.
I just want to read it. And stress to care for the family. So some women share the provider role so no one is stressed or lacking quality time. Is that wrong with you? I don't think it's wrong, but I think again, in most relationships, women take on too much of the responsibility they wasn't supposed to. There's some things y'all wasn't supposed to be responsible for, and some things y'all wasn't supposed to handle, because just telling the truth emotionally, most times y'all can't handle it.
You might be just trading one stress for another stress.
Some things
you started off good, Ricky.
It doesn't matter what you think I'm good or not. It works in my house, so it doesn't really matter what you think.
You said a woman. You didn't say my wife.
It doesn't matter, to be honest, right? But like I said, the truth is the simple fact that a woman can't say with a straight face that not giving out more time at work would not hurt a family, and that it's still okay and it'll work out and things don't come from it. Lets you know that they can handle stuff accordingly, right? Again, y'all have a lot of times having a hard time dealing with reality and the consequences that come with it. That's why y'all don't need to have a lot of shit on y'all. That's why your man is your personal Jesus.
Not personal Jesus. Now he can walk on water.
All right, man. We're gonna keep this thing moving, man. Mr. Logic in the building with the 20 piece. That's family right there, man. Look at Mr. Logic in the building.
I love it.
My dog. We say thanks for having this conversation, listening and working. G vibes. Shout out to the crew, man. We appreciate you, bro. You already know what time it is. Logic's family. Booker Ronan on the stage with the 10 piece. My dog. On the stage. You say today's sacrifices demand we burn away our egos and the religion of social media acceptance. Otherwise, we'll pay dearly for remaining as mutual victims of our vanity and unresolved generational curses.
Fact.
That's good.
I would agree with that.
Ronan, do you actually have a book?
I'm working on it.
Okay, because you're always quoting stuff from this book.
Straight from the dome.
That's you, Damien?
No, that's not me. That's
It's this guy right here.
The one next to you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right next to you.
Nice.
My dog be coming. Yeah, he be coming there with some profile shit. I'm still laughing at them jokes from Tuesday though, man. That shit. That nigga had me crying.
That situation was trash.
That boy had me crying, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. My boy Daryl in the building with the 50 piece, man. Hold tight. My dog right there, man. Make sure that y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure that y'all tap in with the channel, man. Daryl Long on YouTube, man. If y'all ain't subscribed,
Daryl's cool.
tap in, bro.
A good dude.
For sure, for sure. Hold on, my dog back again with another 10 piece.
I'm starting to think Daryl is Donald Trump.
Yeah, man. He say Donald Trump.
Wow. He got a lot of money.
Hi, girl.
Daryl,
Summer.
I love you. I love you, Daryl.
Yeah, man. Daryl, a real one for sure. Hot Girl Summer is about women having fun and enjoying their lives. Men took it and weaponized it with manosphere talking points.
Men didn't make them songs. I don't know what man who made a song about Hot Girl Summer. I'm confused. What man made a song?
Big old figures and must have hit the hot girl summer. So, no, she kind of lit. No, she kind of lit. Hot girl summer. So, no, she kind of lit.
Oh Lord, and Daryl, gang, we appreciate you for the 100K salute, man, for sure. Kevin C in the building says, if quote unquote modern women are not in a rush to get married, then what age range is optimal? Did you guys already cover that topic? 18 to 25, 22 to 26, 30 plus. What? And we're gonna go around. I want quick numbers.
Right after her
I want a number. I don't need no context. Give me a number. Ricky, we're gonna start with you.
18 to 25.
Oh,
what age? 24.
25 to 30. Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say I agree with that. 25 to 30.
To get married? Is that what we're talking about? Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Leezy.
Oh yeah.
I say 25 to 32.
25 to 30.
You're muted.
I was 27 and up.
Kelly.
24 to 28.
Like prime, yeah.
Rona.
25 30.
Queen.
26 and up. Who laughed? Who was it?
No, it's something else, my bad.
Okay, go ahead.
Lucky.
It was on the last show, my bad.
18 to 25.
Good.
18.
Really?
Wow. Okay.
18.
Who said 18?
Who said that?
Life is over.
I think 24 to 28 gives you enough time to still have your.
See, wait. I said numbers, no context. Y'all slick, man. Y'all are very slick. We're gonna keep it pushing. Kev back again. Said same question, but for men. 22. Well, we already answered that, big dog.
Yeah,
same thing.
Appreciate you. R Cook 2486 in the building. So, do you have to know yourself to have a kid, or is that only for a relationship?
You should know yourself to have a kid.
No.
You're a terrible parent.
No. First of all,
Yes.
that's not reality. People have kids before they're ready to have kids. But guess what? Having a kid grow you up and mature to be.
But planned kids are the best kids.
Hold on, Kelly. Motivate you to be better. Because my kid motivated me to want to change and be better.
They
That
do.
could be that's a
Planned kids
50-50
you're
chance
ready for
there.
are the best kids because they get everything poured into them because you're ready for them. You have
To
everything
each his
ready.
own.
It's like when you buy a puppy. It's like, oh, I bought the puppy and I have the house and I have the food and I did all my research and I know exactly what to do for this puppy. Versus like, oops, we had a puppy.
I got to sit this one out. I don't have biological kids, so I'll leave it up to the mothers and the fathers.
Okay, well, as a mother, you're never ready to have kids. I don't care if you've been fucking married, you got all the money in the world. It's a different type of responsibility that everybody's not fucking built with. So therefore, you're never.
I agree with that. But like people who adopt, they're like, they do all this research, they have all these things, they have the kid, they have the house, the room, they have everything ready for the child. Versus like, oops, I got pregnant. I guess we got to figure it out. It's like when you're planned and you're ready, it's like a whole different mindset. Or if you're in your 30s, like you've had your first two, when you're in your 30s, like, oh, let's plan for our last child. You're a different type of parent because you know exactly what to expect. You know what to do. You know what to plan for. You know what you need to have available when they reach a certain age. It's just a different mindset versus like, let's figure it out.
Yeah, I gotta kind of agree with Kelly. It's like you can be ready to have kids, but you're never ready for what it takes to raise kids. That's different.
Okay.
You can have your solid relationship. You can have a good job and good income and stuff like that. You can be mature enough to realize the sacrifices it's going to take. But then, like you said, the actual logistics of raising one can mess with your head a little bit.
Yeah, like the third kid always come out better than the first.
I got 3 kids, and that ain't the choice. My third kid is my baddest kid. He wild.
Yeah, I would say both. To keep this thing short and sweet. I think you got to know yourself because again, your job as a parent, right, is to pass down guidance, pass down advice, shape who that kid is gonna be. So, how you gonna do that if you don't know who the hell you are?
Facts.
For one, and then finances. Again, I'm sure everybody on this panel can speak to the finances required for having a kid are extensive. It's just what it is. There's no way around it. Kids are fucking expensive. So, people can say what they want. We had a kid, we gonna figure it out. But at the end of the day, you need to be in a financial position to take care of them damn kids when you have them. Because when they come here and you get to go into that store and having to buy that $40 pack of diapers and that $40 pack of formula and them shoes that cost $50 a pop and
not including saving
outfits
for college tuition. Like what?
Right. So that is a different
college. You're gonna be a mechanic.
Right.
I'm just kidding.
Real rap. So it would behoove you to prepare
I'm just
yourself.
kidding.
For sure. Jay Daniels with the 5P says hot girl summer is synonymous with being a promiscuous streetwalker. Damn.
What is up with the men on your?
Y'all are paying for these comments. You know that, right?
Hey man, what can we do? Honest Citizen says, look up quote unquote hot girl summer from Urban Dictionary.
I got it. Hold on, I'm looking it up. I got it.
No, Ricky, you cannot condone this behavior.
My nigga giggling while you looking it up. That's how I know it's about to be some bullshit. I know some bullshit.
Real ass bitch, give a fuck by the nigga is what it is.
Read it out loud, though.
Read it out loud, though.
I got you. Hot girl summer per the Urban Dictionary. A summer full of fun. Coach Meg, aka Megan Thee Stallion, the creator of Hot Girl Summer, said it best. Hot Girl Summer is about just being you, just having fun. It's turning up, driving the boat, and not giving a damn about what nobody's saying. A summer where you are in charge of your own happiness. Chase the bag, and we ain't crying over no man. Period.
Realize bitch, not a nigga. Is what it is.
Hold on.
That's not what the video said.
Hold on.
Ricky ain't done.
Hold on. Also known as the seasons of bad bitches, right?
What?
Hot girl summer is also the summer where girls can take over and express their inner hope. Hot girls and are no longer living by social constructs. The hot girl gang side is made by twerking. Strangers.
What did I say? What did I say?
I'm with you.
I had a question.
Count the bucket.
So what's the problem?
In Hot Girl Summer.
What's the problem? Have any of you men ever clicked on a twerking video and
Never
watched
in
it?
my life.
Oh,
And I
you
never
Yeah,
And
that's a
watched
hot
it
girl
past
summer
90
video.
seconds?
First off, you don't
none,
have to.
none of the
you
men
don't
on this
have to
panel
look for
have ever
anything.
done that.
You don't have
Black
to
men
Never
do not
anyone on the
engage in
panel.
that type
Remember, it's
of
never anyone on the panel.
It
promiscuous
just
and
comes across your
deviant
page.
behavior.
Seriously.
I'm over here watching sports highlights. The next one is just ass. Look at this
Right.
ass.
Right. On Sports Center. They show it on Sports Center.
Seriously. Bombarded with this foolishness.
Anyone ever seen the Hot Girl Summer video?
No.
Never.
No one.
We don't engage in
Commercial.
that kind of
Are
deviant
you talking about commercial
behavior,
made?
man.
Y'all didn't see Megan Thee Stallion twerking. Her booty was going like a basketball, dribbling like a basketball. Y'all ain't see that.
Go on and prove my point, B. Taylor. Go on and prove my point.
I got a question.
Thank you. Thank you for
That's
proving
what
my
we
thank you.
telling you Hot Girl Summer is.
I was at
You
church.
just shit all over your point right there. But it's all
I
good.
just recently saw the
Teacher,
video.
I got a
so-
question. Teacher, I got a question. Right from the back of the room. Like, would we be able to see your ass twerking if she didn't twerk?
Huh?
Huh?
Good point, Ricky. That's a good point.
No, I didn't get it. What did he say?
You
Old
think
folks
it's
say,
fake?
old folks say
what
you can
we-
hung, you
Black?
can hear.
Wait. What did he say?
He said, would
If you
we,
can hug, you can
he
hear,
said
it's
we'll be
crazy.
able to see her ass twerking if she didn't twerk.
I don't know. I'm too busy watching church videos and motivational things and praying.
I was watching her twerk. I was watching.
Amen to
I'm
that.
being sarcastic.
I just recently saw
Very.
like 2 weeks ago the video for the first
No,
time.
she was twerking. I saw a lot of y'all responding. Now y'all capping right now. Cap, blue cap. What a blue cap at?
Queen Sheba, they even worse in church. I'll say that much. They
Photoshop is running extremely rampant. That was not black men
walk
in
right
those comments.
Just walk
Real quick, man. Shout out to my girl.
Don't even
Island
look
Girl
at
Q.
you.
Island Girl Q in the building with the 20 piece, man. We definitely appreciate you.
What up, Q?
What up, Q?
What
So
up,
shout out to
Q?
y'all, man. 100K, man. Again, man. Salute to Crusader Nation, man. We done hit 100,000. Wow. Again, I'm about to be looking out for our plaque, and when we get our plaque, we definitely gonna do a unboxing, and we're gonna put it on the channel, and we're gonna see if we can get Kenny to cry. We're gonna see if we can get Bo to cry, Smooth to cry, you know what I'm saying, and you know, things of that nature. Shout out to Kev back again, says from birth to age 18 to 20, the price to raise kids in a middle class life is $200,000 to $250,000, not including college
Lord.
and trade
I
school.
believe that.
Jesus H Christ.
Including
That's
the
a
college.
Yeah,
lot.
with inflation, that's fact.
Yeah.
Including the college, depending on where you go. I'm in the Midwest. You're looking at least at a minimum $27,000 and $33,000 a year. depending on what
That's a
college.
fact. That's a fact. But real quick, because that brings me to my last question, man. That speaks to the importance of two-parent households. And again, this platform is solution-based. We don't come on here to argue with each other. We don't come here for theatrics. We come here to have genuine conversations, and at the end of it, come up with some kind of solution. Right. So my question to y'all is, do y'all have faith? Not do y'all have. Well, yeah. Do y'all have faith that we can, I guess, put marriage on a higher pedestal, or do y'all feel like we are too far gone at this point? And if y'all do have faith, then what steps is going to be necessary to get us to prioritizing marriage again? Because again, I've said it on this platform before. I feel like there's a big gap between us and other cultures, and the quickest way for us to close that gap is to, again, like improve the nuclear family unit. So my question to y'all is, because we done talked about women out here chasing their careers, we done talked about women being out of their purpose, we done talked about men being out of their purpose, we done talked to a bunch of shit that's just out of alignment. So do y'all have faith that we can get it right? And if so, how are we to do so?
I got faith we can get it right.
But I had my hand
but-
raised. You cut me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, E. Leezy. I'll go after you.
Go ahead. Ladies first.
You were talking, so I'll wait.
Nope. I'm not going. You gotta go.
Kelly, you gotta go. You gotta go, Kelly.
I'm gonna go. So I totally have faith, but the big thing, I know you guys love to put this on women. I know you love it, but the reality is men have to start being back in the home. It's like men have to marry the women. You have to get married and you have to be fathers, you have to be husbands. I know you love to put this on women, but women don't propose. So
period.
There has to be, but what I do think is women need to be more wifely. They need to be the women that are marryable.
Thank you.
So I will put that on women, but men have to start getting married and making the shit work because you have to develop the structure in the home. That is the only way to fix it. Because like Ricky said, like Trill said, it starts in the home. It starts in the home. So if we don't have solid family units, you cannot affect your community. You can't. It's impossible. You have half families and you're expecting to affect communities. It's impossible. So yes, it can be fixed, but men have to start proposing and women have to start being wives. And that's all I have to say about that. Please continue, Elise.
I agree with you. Made a lot of good points, but if any two people are going to get married, I think they need to really, like we alluded to earlier, they need to establish their own identity. You know what I'm saying? It's too many times where we're looking for each other to validate each other. Like if you don't have self-validation, then that's going to be impossible for somebody else to take on that responsibility. You get what I'm saying? So you have to come correct already, and then nobody's going to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? People, what we've endured as a people, you know what I'm saying? It's so like it's generational, and sometimes you don't even know why you act and pick up certain traits or different characteristics or behaviors. You don't even know where it comes from. So it's really about just trying to find who you are. Like, you know what I'm saying? Find in what ways can I add value, you know what I'm saying, to this situation without it being conflict, without, you know what I'm saying, feeling like I have to control it or try to dictate this person should be doing this person should be doing that. Because we all know what we should do and the responsibilities that we hold, you know what I'm saying, in a relationship. And especially in marriage, if you don't put God at the center of your marriage, your
Ooh, you're
marriage,
preaching now, okay?
your marriage is on thin ice. You in quicksand. So you're gonna run fast. You're gonna run nowhere fast. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay,
And
Pastor
that's just the
Elise.
base. That's just the base of it. You feel what I'm saying?
Can I jump in real quick?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
got
Go
it.
right ahead.
I don't think it's too late. I think we are doing the right thing. I think when men like the four of you combined with other men that have different platforms, in order to change, you got to host a conversation. You got to talk about it. And one thing we don't do well in Black communities is we don't talk. So now we're talking because you got to talk to address it. So I think we're on the right path. I don't think it's too late because we're talking. And then that's my short answer.
I agree with Queen
That's a
Sheba.
good answer. So I don't think that it's too late or what have you. I think what we need to do is just kind of destigmatize it as the end of something and more of the beginning of something. I think people see it as the end of their independence and their freedom to do stuff, and but it's actually the beginning of creating something greater that's going to be a lot more significant and long lasting. I think if we try to eliminate some of the words that seem to put a toxic spin on marriage, like submissive and, you know, and women, because that seems to like turn off a lot of women, or, you know, there's whatever, all the other, like, you know, you gotta be all these, have all these expectations of what somebody needs to be in order to get to that point. I think it's led people to feel like, well, I ain't never gonna be that, so why should I get married? Or I don't never want to be that. I think if people really kind of highlight and kind of champion interdependent relationships, then a lot more people would see the value in them, as opposed to everybody want to be the leader with no justification, and no woman want to ever be the follower because they feel like they haven't met a man worth following. So that's my 2 cents.
I don't think so. I'm gonna be a pessimist on this one, because the very things that the society as a large hold dear is the things that fuck up a relationship.
Can you further elaborate on that?
Yeah, I feel like you got more to say.
Why did you go back on mute?
He's trying to give us a cliffhanger.
I know. Society. Mute.
But I mean, it make a lot of sense, man. Again, I think he's speaking to it, to like, again, society praises individualism. Society praises capitalism. Society praises you prioritizing a lot of different shit over this family unit that we're speaking about in terms of women being independent, things of that nature. This type of shit is encouraged. They literally got a whole song, salute to Boosie and Webby. You know what I'm saying? And when that shit come on in the club, women get super lit every single time. And so again, we have
But
programs.
who wrote the song? But who wrote it? Come on, that's the cause, and the effect is women getting crunk. Who wrote it? The cause.
A
man wrote it.
It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is society encourages that type of behavior. You know what I'm saying? So it's a situation to where, like, as long as society continues to encourage individualism, capitalism, independence, all of that shit.
It's a man's world, right?
Huh?
It's a man's world. Like Queen Sheba said, men are writing these songs. Men are pushing this.
Men are writing some songs. Right now, women, y'all running the rap game right now. Women are running. And yeah, and there's nothing there. They supporting it.
Yeah, but they're not creating a narrative. They're just exploiting the narrative for financial gain. They're not coming over and saying, they hearing it from the women in the hair salons, and they saying, "Oh, I can make money off of that."
How is a man ending up in a hair salon? Explain that.
Please.
Well, when I was young, I used to be in a hair salon with my mama all the time when I was a little boy. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't mean they go in the hair salon now, but I mean they've heard it throughout their entire life.
That and diminish your black woman? So is there a level of accountability for you as a man?
How is that diminishing? I'm just curious.
Because we're using that narrative to say she needs to do better. We're saying that's what she's using to establish her independence. To not okay.
No. That is not what I said. What I said was that society as a whole, meaning both men and women, encourage these things that are a detriment to the nuclear family unit. It's not just a situation where it's like, oh, women got to improve. No, men got to improve as well. Just like I said earlier, in terms of leadership, women are a direct reflection of our leadership. I was reading a book and they said you can tell a lot by a society by looking at the women.
So what does that say, Trill? Okay, you say that. Let's focus on that, because what does that say about the black community? Why are our women so masculine? Why are they working so much? Maybe it's because the men are not stepping up, doing what the fuck they were supposed to do. So
hold on.
Okay, now this gonna take a whole different turn in a minute.
But it's deep. But it's deeper than what you think, though, B. Taylor.
I got you though.
It's a lot deeper than what you think, though.
I got you though. That's facts, B. Taylor. 100% facts.
Right? Yeah, she right.
Hold on. Right. But why y'all have babies by them then? Why you have?
That's a good question.
Particular man that ain't doing what they supposed to do, huh? But how about this? The very thing that really is leadership you call controlling, you found manipulating.
No, I would mix the two. I wouldn't mix.
Y'all never do. That's the problem. You never do.
I think she answered that question on her panel last night when she talked about being a parent and being a wife. You don't know until you know. You don't know if you're going to have a good co-parenting, a good relationship with that man until after you both become parents.
Facts.
You don't know if you're going to become a good husband or a good wife until after you say I do.
Facts.
So you only know what you know in the moment. It's not diminishing responsibility, Ricky. I'm following you. I'm tracking everything that you both are saying. You don't know until you know. Guys, that's all.
Thank you.
Facts. But this is what I'm saying, and this is what I've been saying to y'all since I've been here, right? Again, if we're going to live on the edge of extremes, we should be moving extremely. Right? It's been proven since time eternal that two parents married raise a family better than a single parent. Hold on, B. Taylor. Hold on. Right? Then why are we doing that instead? Why aren't our people doing that, men and women, right? Instead of, oh, I need to learn myself. I need time to be me. I need to have a hot girl summer. At the basis is family.
I think that comes back to what Charles said. Is it too late? And no, it's not too late. I think that's why we're hosting these conversations, to correct what we see
But we're not also in control of the ring. I think if more men were giving women the option to say yes and to be married, but a lot of men are pushing other men to say, no, don't get married. Don't settle down until you're like 50 years old.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's kind of like y'all narrative right now, B. Taylor. Let's keep it pushing.
Our narrative is like that because of the results of men who's supposed to be the leaders in this community are saying they don't want to get married. Why is it our community? You look at other communities and y'all want to look at the women only and say, well, these women are this and these women are that. But we're not looking at the men in those communities and why those women are submissive, why those women are settling down at a young age. Like, we're not looking at the leadership. It's the men. Y'all want to be leaders of the community. Y'all want us to follow. When we follow y'all making us baby mamas. Y'all.
Men don't get teased for
Following the
leaving.
wrong
Men
leader.
don't get teased for leaving the mother of their child. But women get teased when the man leaves. That's why you're a single mother. But men, I'm just.
Well, you get teased by other women. Men ain't sitting up there saying that's why you're a single mother. Other women say that's why you ain't got no man.
It's men. It's men. It is men that are.
I gotta challenge that one.
And it doesn't work. Shaming a woman for being a single mother doesn't work. You know, I don't fucking choose that shit. Like, yeah, I have a part that I played in that shit. I definitely agree. But I feel like men get let off easier. Like, people are not putting that pressure on men to marry their fucking the women that they get.
Wait. Right. So you ain't putting pressure on that man to marry you.
I was. I am. I still am.
I will say this. I'll say this, that I have a lot of friends and women that I know, maybe I wouldn't call them friends, maybe associates, that have had an abortion. But it's like, because they're childless, because they decided to do away with their responsibility, they're almost praised, like, oh, she doesn't have children. But the women who decided to take responsibility, raise their child, make sacrifices to raise their children, they are frowned upon in this society. And it's not necessarily always the women's fault, because sometimes the man decides he doesn't want that responsibility, he doesn't want to stay. Sometimes the man's abusive. Should you decide to be with a man that's abusive just because you had a baby with him? I'm saying, like, there are situations, there are scenarios that I feel like this YouTube space doesn't account for. Oh, yes, you chose wrong.
There's absolutely those scenarios, but realistically, women, I'm gonna push back on that narrative. Like, men ain't out there beating women ass wholesale, like people try to put it out there. That doesn't happen. I'm sorry.
Sex trafficking, rape,
it happens a lot more than you think.
I mean, no, if it happens at all, one person is too many. One is too many. I get it.
So the statistic is 1 in every 4 women are abused in their lifetime. 1 in every 4. So anytime you come across 4 women, so on this panel, 1 woman was abused out of the 4 of us. So you guys say it doesn't happen, but statistically, it's
I didn't say it doesn't happen. I said I don't say it happened as the main reason why a woman would be a single mother with a guy or have a baby with a guy that she knew she shouldn't be having a baby with. I'm please let me understand the mind state of a woman who's been talked into being the 3rd or 4th baby mama. Okay, let me ask
you this.
I'm trying to understand that. I don't understand. Like, if you know a man has 3 baby mamas that he ain't really doing nothing, why are women having?
You don't know that. Y'all act like y'all are coming to the table and say, hey, listen, I have 5 children and I've dogged them all out. And I want you to be the 6th. That's not how men come and approach. Half the time, he won't even claim.
Come on now.
No, let's keep it real.
I'm not going to let that. I don't believe that cognitive dissonance. I don't believe that.
It don't need. I mean, I can match you toe to toe for psychology terminology.
I don't believe.
Background. But I'm just saying, when it comes to a nature of a man, men and some women are not coming to the table giving you all of the information up front that you need to know. Come on, let's not act like you guys are creating an imbalance.
Women can't figure out if a man has
coming to the table. And normally, I'm not this dominant, masculine, female, whatever y'all call it. Normally, I pause and I wait.
Masculine energy. Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the name of it. But what I think we have to be responsible with the message, because you're going to lead a lot of young men that are listening. You got to be very careful. You're misleading a lot of young men.
I don't think I am.
To assume that most men are upfront like you. Most men are going to lay it all out on the table. That's not the case. That's not the case.
So you
It's
said,
not
let me
the
listen.
case.
So you think there's men out there hiding their 3 and 4 kids from women, and then they end up having a
Yes.
foot?
Why don't we have Mari Povich?
That you don't want to fucking marry. You're in control.
I don't know about that, but
you're in control where your seed goes. If you know that you didn't like that girl like that, why are you having unprotected sex with her? And then
let me ask one more question.
It's not all on him though. Come
How
on
many
now.
of you men
Thank
have
you.
daughters? How many of you men have daughters?
Hey,
I have
raise
a
your
daughter.
hand.
Real. Yes, it is.
2.
Hey,
why do
D,
y'all
3.
always forget?
You know, it's everything's on us, bro.
No, it's
Why do
not.
y'all-
It's a sheer responsibility, dude.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
why are you trying to make it seem like it's so one-sided then? Like
I said
he
it's
shouldn't be
a
having
shared
sex with her.
responsibility.
Both sides lead with lust. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not intentful about anything. Like it's
It
like,
depends
oh,
on
she's
the
fine.
age.
Oh, she made me laugh. Oh, we had a good
If we're
time that
talking
one
about-
date. 2 dates we had a good time. Now we got a baby. We conceived on the
If we're
third
talking
date.
about
You know
young
what I'm saying?
kids, it's a lust thing. But if we're talking about a certain age, there has to be accountability on both sides.
On both sides.
And what I fail
So
to what I don't hear a lot of you men say is, with the exception of a few of you, says, you know what, we do lie. We do trick y'all. We gonna oh shit. We gonna do what we can do to get what we can get out of you.
That's karma.
Absolutely.
I told you.
That's not
Absolutely.
karma.
So
That's
so I
reality.
can so
I'm
okay,
talking
I
about
can
you
share.
just dropped something.
First of all,
So-
I got pregnant on birth control, bitch. So don't even sit there and try to go there about
Who you calling a bitch?
I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about the people.
Don't curse, Brittany.
The people.
Oh,
Don't listen to the people in the comments.
Get out
They
the
gonna
chat,
say
B.
whatever.
Taylor. Get out the chat, B. Taylor.
okay.
First of all, people do get pregnant on birth control.
Mm.
That's true.
And I didn't find out until I was like 4 months in. And I got every test negative until it was like 4 months in. And I was like, whoop, I got a baby on the way.
I get it, but yours is the one. Yours is the one. That's not the common experience.
Well, the
in which-
anomaly, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have another story. I lost my virginity to a gentleman, and we had a child together. We were dating for 4 years, and after we got engaged, he became abusive. So, should I marry a man that is abusive just because?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, like there are stories that
There are horror stories out there. My mother was abused by my oldest brother's dad, like bad. She had to leave the state, come to California to get away from him. And it happens, and I know it happens. But I'm just saying that but that's not the vast majority of other women I know who are single moms did not have that same story.
Right.
I mean,
saying,
seriously.
like, I think you guys like judge as like an overall like a blanket.
We're not judging anybody.
but
We're
it's
just
just
saying
like-
we're judging anybody who's
These-
not
these
taking
things do
accountability, both
happen.
men and women.
I didn't
I'm
have
not judging. I'm not judging.
That's the stereotype y'all like to say is women like to have kids with men who have kids. I didn't mess with men who had kids. I ended up being with a man that we were in a relationship, we were committed, it was marriage in the talks, family was involved, and it was like, oops, a baby happened. And I was taking responsibility for that. And I'm like, well, we're getting married anyway. Like, why would I go and delete the baby that my future husband? And then all suddenly, once you're like 8 months in, the motherfucker switch up. Is that my fault that I'm not a fucking
Mind reader?
I was
Yeah, I
supposed
hear
to
you.
know?
I just want to know. It seems to come back to this like it's that
Therapy,
chicken or
man.
egg
People need to do
conversation.
therapy.
It's like, what comes first? Do women demand more of the men that they decide to be with, or do men step up and say, okay, I'm going to be more for? So do women set the expectation, or do men set the expectation on who we should be with? Because it seems like women have who keeps the bar the lowest. Because men, we will do, just to keep it funky. A lot of times we'll just do what the minimum standard is to take in order to get you.
So then it's you, and then it's you. If you're,
but should women be demanding more so the bar is higher?
We are not responsible for your.
They for sure gonna be single. They do that.
For your lives,
hold on.
not responsible for your manipulation.
So if a woman said,
But
"Okay,
hold on,
you're
but
not
hold on,
getting
hold on.
anything
Go ahead.
until you show me that you are have a goal or a plan, or you on your way to doing something better," I'm not going to get with you. I'm not going to be with you. I'm not going to have this child with you. I'm not going to have sex with you.
Who teaches a woman that? Who teaches a woman that? Right? You're saying
that's a great. Hold on, B. That's a great question. Pause, because you're making a very good point. We talked about it early. Before you become a man, you're a boy. Before you become a woman, you're a girl. You guys give very extreme examples, and you dump these learnings out all in one, and it's not that simple. And people walk away confused because they feel like they should have an answer tomorrow.
I'm just saying the question is out there, and that's
for the
question
men
forever.
For the men on the panel that raised their hand that said, "I have a daughter." No, that's because you have a part in this. What are you teaching your daughters, and how are you teaching her to choose?
Yeah, my daughter, I'm doing everything in my power. I can't say I know for sure because I'm not God. I know for sure, but I know for sure what I'm doing is that I am doing the best that I can and putting in the best opportunity in the best position to where that won't be a part of her story, where she meets some dude who's not doing anything and ends up a single mother at the age of 19.
But how?
I'm setting the example by being a father in the house.
Not enough.
And the expectations, because she's going to
What
know
you
that.
supposed to do then if that's not enough?
Hold on. Let me finish. The example that I'm setting will be the standard. It will be, this is what a man who has children is supposed to do. If I get with a 19-year-old dude who doesn't have, to a degree, or what my dad has provided, or is on the way to being the kind of dude that my dad was, then I'm not going to fuck with him that tough. I'm not going to be sitting there having his babies and hope that he figures together, because I need to have somebody who has a plan of action. And if a dude has the plan of action, he's trying his best not to slip up and get you pregnant.
Thank you.
Detours.
I mean, like I said, if it's really a plan, you can work around them detours.
But this is not a Pookie and Ray Ray. First of all, let me get something straight. For me personally, I got only.
Are you talking to the chat? Because I don't know if you're talking to me and
I'm saying I'm talking to the chat.
Stop.
Don't talk to the chat.
You're confusing me.
Ignore the big chat.
You only have
because
one
I think
big
you're
box,
yelling
right?
at me. I'm like, she about to yell at me. She called me.
Focus.
I'm just saying that what if a man gives you a plan? He's educated, he's smart, he got a future, he's gonna make money in life. You see a future with him, he has a good family, stable home, and everything. And you guys talked about your future, y'all plan to get married, the mom's in it, your mom's in it, everybody's in it, and then boom, he detours and say, you know what? This is not what I want anymore. I want to go out. I'm about to make all this money. I want to go live my best life.
Yeah,
and wait, hold on. And you're already 8 months pregnant in.
I mean, I'm sorry that happened to you, because it sounds like you're trying to make your experience.
And I'm saying my experience is a lot of other.
The real experience, but it's not.
A lot of other women experience. I have women hitting me up on a daily basis. That shit breaks my fucking heart. Where I have women hitting me up and saying, I'm 8 months pregnant, I'm married, I'm engaged, and this man switched up on me. What do you explain? Those are not the fucking extremes. Those are reality. I have women on the daily hitting me up about that. What do y'all say to women like that? Because I was that woman where it's like, this man is not a Pookie and Ray Ray. He's educated. He got a promising career, a promising job. He's smart. He's educated, but he does not. He wants to go and live he don't want that anymore.
And B. Taylor, I think Ricky started it off with choosing better. And then.
Okay. How am I supposed to predict the future? A lot of women get engaged with this man. It's men they get married to this man. Are we supposed to be psychics? Like,
how was he choosing you? I mean,
was there any kind of a deep conversation first? Like,
What's deeper than a ring? What's deeper than a
Did
man?
he have any triggers? Or did he have any kind of triggers with commitment? Was that something like, you know what I'm saying, abandonment? Like, you have to dig deeper, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, okay, right. And a lot of people don't do that. They go
But who
based on
teaches you
lust.
that? Who teaches
No,
you?
a lot of people go based on lust. They don't have these conversations.
That's what I
The
said
best
earlier.
thing to do to protect yourself is not to have sex until your marriage. But how many men these days are waiting for that? I remember a few weeks ago, there was a woman on stage that said that she was waiting until she got married, and a lot of guys were like, they would tap out. I'm not waiting until I'm married.
Okay.
I'm not waiting until I'm married.
That's not all
but
men.
A lot of
Some men
women
wait.
And
I
I
think it's
respect
this,
that,
though.
but a lot of men these days are not gonna wait until they're married.
Okay,
Every man
Not
I think that was
all-
on the panel the day that she was here was like, "Yeah, I would tap out. I wouldn't wait till marriage. Sorry,
That's
that just
okay.
wouldn't be me. That wouldn't be me. You have to be
Yeah.
It's
okay
a
with
lot of
me not
women
being
too.
okay with
So.
that.
But
Then you end up having sex with a man that, if you accidentally get her pregnant, you don't want to be a part of that. So,
But see,
like, there has to be some type of decisiveness on somebody's part. So you get mad at a woman that wants to wait until she's married, but then you don't want to be with her. But then you get mad at the woman that has sex with you and gets pregnant. So where is the balance?
the balance is this, right? And again, I think we are involving emotions in this conversation, which is completely understandable. But I think in terms of the question that I think it was B. Taylor asked, like, how are you raising your daughter to move? I speak a lot about non-negotiables, and one of those would be: do not have a baby by a man you're not married to. Period. I don't care what I don't care where the conversation is going. Wait. I don't care how great of a man he seems. I don't care about an engagement ring. Nothing matters until you walk down that aisle. Everything else before that is theatrics.
So
nothing is in concrete. Nothing matters until you walk down that aisle. Because
Marriage
a lot of
before the
dudes,
carriage.
this is the thing about men. A lot of men talk a great game when we trying to get what it is that we want. Right. So if we run into somebody like a B. Taylor, we know that she's intelligent. We know that she's not settling for just anything. We know whatever. So she's educated. She's intellectual, all of that. So as a man, I know, okay, so I got to climb up this ladder and at least pretend like I'm these things that I know she wants just for me to get what I want. Right. Now,
so what do you tell your daughter?
Didn't plan on marriage or whatever the case may be. And that's cool. But at the end of the day, it's on B. Taylor in terms of, again, how I'm raising my daughter to move. I don't care what a man says. It's about what a man shows you. You can say, yeah, you wifey material. Yeah, I plan on doing this. I plan on doing that. But if he ain't took actionable steps to get there, and what I mean by actual steps, doing it. Not kind of doing it. Not, okay, we almost there. No. Once we married, then we can talk about kids. Or once
so you would tell your daughter, don't have sex until married.
No.
That's not what he said.
That right there is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are a lot of methods of birth control, and there are a lot of ways not to have a kid until you're ready to have a kid. When I was young, and I've had a lot of sex in my life, I have. But my plan was this, right? My plan was I want to get married, I want to buy a house, and then I want to have a kid. My life went in that exact order. Why? Because I took extra precaution. I don't mean that, again, we all slip, have some raw sex here and there. But the next morning, guess where I'm at? I'm at Walgreens, Plan Bs. I don't care how much, 50, 100, here you go. I ain't taking no chances, and you got to take it right in front of me. I did that every time. There was no situation where, you know what, I'm going to just leave it to chance. Fuck it. We just going to see. No, because I'm not having a baby by a woman that I don't see that I'm not married to, right? So I got to take extra precaution. We're going to wear condoms or we're going to pull out. And again, stacking birth control. Wear the condoms and buy the Plan B. Pull out and buy the Plan B. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what I'm going to teach my daughter is don't move on your non-negotiables. Your non-negotiables should be, I'm not having a man's baby until we married. I'm not giving up sex until I'm in a long-term committed relationship. It's not a casual sex type of situation, whatever. Now, don't get me wrong. She's going to make mistakes. But the foundation is there in terms of how she thinks. So I'm not just giving that ass up just because a man's saying what I want to hear. No, I need to see commitment before the sex is had. I need to see a ring before, not a ring, a marriage certificate before kids are had. So
Yeah.
if you raise your daughter to have those kind of hard pressed guidelines that don't budge for no fucking body, you're running to that scenario way less. And
you're
a
gonna
lot of
run
men are
people
not
off.
doing that. The discussion of sex alone scares men to death when we talking to our daughter. So what happens? You don't have the conversation with her, and she goes to the streets to find out what the downsides of sex really is. You leave her to learn what she should have learned from you by a nigga that don't know what he doing either.
Trill,
And
you're married, you have
like,
a daughter. I have a question. I didn't have a mother and a father in the same house. Should that ideally, just for people like me that didn't have a mother and a father in the same house, for a girl, should that conversation come from a man or a woman?
both.
Oh, I have the answer.
It should come from both people because again, it's very important for one if it's a man and a woman in the house that y'all on the same page. But because if you hear from both parents, then you're gonna take the bias out of it, right? Because if you hear from your dad, oh, my dad just don't want me to have sex with it at all, or if you hear from your mom, oh, my mama just don't want. If you hear it from both people, it's like, well, damn, they both telling me the same thing, and they didn't live a lot of life. So okay, I'm gonna be more prone not to question the advice and kind of live that way. So I feel like both need to like have a coordinated effort in terms of the message that we trying to get across. But oftentimes, because the men are not known, which is on us, I gotta take accountability where accountability needs to be taken. They hearing it from one side, and a lot of times it's from a jaded woman. So from the daughter, if I'm hearing that from a jaded woman, I'm thinking, okay, well, she just didn't live how she wanted to live. She don't know what the hell she's talking about. I'm gonna go do my thing. Compared to if your mama who's actually in a healthy marriage relationship is telling you some shit, you're gonna take it way different. And not only she telling you, but the dad is telling me too. So I feel like both parents have to reiterate that message.
Can I chime in? Because my mom and dad, they sat together like and almost held hands as they were sitting down and talking to me and my other two sisters. I'm one of four daughters, and we're stair steps, so it was like we were like 6, 7, and 8, like we were like very close in age. And he sat us all down and he told us, like, he's like, do you guys know what sex is? And he wanted to know if we knew about it or we knew anything about it. And he's like, okay, so this is what sex is. This is what it's meant for. God created it. It's a beautiful thing, but it's meant within the confines of marriage. So he told us, like, he specified what it is, when to do it, and who to do it with. So we had a conversation, and him and my mom were sitting there together. So it was like, to me, sex was never a negative thing. It was never an unhealthy thing. It was never a disgusting thing. It was a beautiful thing that God created, and I knew when to do it. I knew who to do it with. So to me, like, sex was always a beautiful thing. And I was like, oh my God, I can't wait to have this thing with my husband. So that's what I always thought about sex, because my parents presented it together in a beautiful way. So I never had a negative thing or opinion on sex.
I just want to say something to B. Taylor real quick. I don't know if she's still around. I see that she got the avatar.
I am. B-Box.
Okay.
My ass, y'all.
Okay.
B-Box is like.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Like, all of us men are saying everything that we're gonna do we do for our daughters is going to be geared toward never have for her having to be in the situation that you were in. We're going to structure it. We're going to do all the advice, structure it, create an environment where they can talk about their sexuality, where they can feel comfortable talking about ways to protect themselves. We're going to do all these things. But if it happens to where the situation is the same as your situation, I would want my daughter to move exactly the way you moved. Because whatever you've done, you've created you've not fallen into any of the traps that it could lead to, and you've elevated yourself and you've made yourself productive, and you've created a good life for yourself.
So making excuses.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. If it happened, if all of the work that we as men put in and it does not work, and they fall through the crack and something happened, I would want her to move exactly the way you moved.
Thank you. I don't feel like I moved in the right way. Like, I definitely do take accountability. Like, I wish I was equipped to know that men do lie. Like, when I got out there in the dating world, it was like I was looking for love because I wasn't getting it anywhere else. I wasn't getting it in the home. So I have empathy for women, some women out there, because they didn't have, I had a dad, I had a grandfather. I grew up, like a lot of people know my story. I say I grew up without a mother. You know, so I was raised like, you know, I was just looking for love in the wrong places. And a lot of people will say, okay, who cares? Like, who cares if that's your story? But I feel like you don't really get to know people mistakes until they look at their upbringing and be like, damn, why they fucked up like that? Like, you know, and I didn't see my mistakes, and I try to fix them as I get older. And
it's our tribe. I'm gonna jump in and buy you some time.
Okay.
When I met you, you were brilliant young lady, beautiful, well spoken, communicated well, knew the difference between when a guy on campus was trying to play you and when a guy really liked you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm buying you time to, you see what I'm saying? So be kind to yourself. Give yourself credit. Give yourself grace for the people that poured into you before you learn what you need to learn. You were completely on point in spite of what you felt like you didn't have. And let me say that because when I met her, y'all got to keep in mind, I'm a little bit older than her. And we talked about it. I met her at a happy hour. Like it was right down the street from my house. I would go and then I'm like, who is this young girl talking to me? But instead of shunning her, I'm like, Lord have mercy. Okay, let me just talk about it. Like, hey, how you doing? And then every Friday, hey, how you doing? And yeah, so this basketball player wants to date me. Okay, that's great. And it started from a very young age. And I think that's why it's important to establish community.
It is.
Men and women. And I'll pause and go ahead, B. Taylor.
No, it is.
I just wanted to give you some time.
No, it is important because I didn't have like that community. And so I feel for women who grow up without a mother, or like I did have a dad, but my dad didn't sit down and talk to me about what men are really saying. Like it's like, oh yeah, men are gonna lie to you and say that, you know, like I said on my panel the other day, it's like men will sit there and lie to you and say they love you and say all these promises, but when you never experience something like that and somebody tell you, you're like, you genuinely believe it. You really are like a hopeless romantic trying to find some type of like love out there, right? Especially when you ain't never really had love. Like, I just feel for women like that.
Ronan, go ahead, G.
Well, definitely spirited conversation, and this is what leads to the answer to the question. We need to have these uncomfortable conversations because if we're talking about sacrifice, we really have to get in the trenches, see where we have been shattered, reorientate ourselves, and move forward from and break ourselves from these generational curses. Because this whole accountability dodgeball has been destroying us for generations. For one. Number two, as a couple, we set our own parameters, our boundaries of what's going to happen. Because if we're not careful, we let our children be corrupted by parental politics. One knows how to play the other one out, and that's how that house gets destroyed from inside. The other part is like, in this day and age where we had to make the sacrifice in the age of creative, we have a plan to where, look, we have time for each other. We have time for whatever we bring to our purpose, everything like that, and make that happen. We have to. Because we have a whole lot of weight on our shoulders collectively. And everyone's running out here playing the victim Olympics. And again, that's why we're going through all these things where they allow legislation and basically allow other people to monetize our mediocrity. So it's one of many things that we work on. But when it comes down to it, I do believe marriage does have a chance. But we have to divorce our negative narratives while we're eloping with reality. Because things change.
I agree. Lucky, go ahead, Lucky. I know you want to tap into this.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't talk as much. I just don't want to, talk over people.
Hey, save the best for last.
Well, thank you. I would say I feel how Ricky feel most of the night. No, I don't think there's any hope because I just think that we operate in a world now where things are already written. So if we understand, we always talk about the Bible when it's convenient to use it against people in relationship. But if we really gonna talk about the Bible, we understand that the number one thing was the break of the family, the foundation of a family. We're in a time now where we're calling men and dresses them, they, and all this other shit. So I think that in today, it's going to be a time, we're gearing towards a time where women care more about how they feel versus a family there is no women now that generally prioritize nurturing an actual family or actually having themselves together. We just had a conversation about why it's important to find yourself, which to me, and I could be younger than people on the panel, I don't know, but just to me, I've always had friends that want to find themselves. That's code for whole phase, and that never really ends well. So for me, I just don't see it being something where we just gonna see a whole bunch of families like we did back then, because we don't have our grandfathers that the men want to say be like your grandmothers, but you're not like the grandfathers. So it's a lot of pointing the finger. And I think at this point in time, people are going to be, you're going to have the people that value their family as far as the kids that they already have. So it's going to be, it may be more nuclear families, but I don't see it being nothing that's prioritized. I see more people being single. I see grandmothers in the future being single. I see men dying younger at earlier ages because they've been in stressful relationships. I see women not getting married or proposed to because men don't find them valuable, because most women have lost their value and they don't know how to get the shit back. So I don't see it being anywhere. I think that it does start from how women act, because if all women just carry themselves a certain way, and we know men want pussy at the end of the day, they're going to do what it takes to get pussy, because there was a time where they had to marry you just to fuck. Now all they got to do is tell you a few kind words and you fucking. So no, I don't really have any faith in anything that's happened. I think we're just going into destruction, and then the new normal family is going to be same-sex people raising our kids that we putting in the system, because we don't want to do it no more. Women now in society are getting rid of their kids because they're like, he's not around, he's not this, but he wasn't around even to date you. So how's he going to be around for? I have no faith. These conversations just help me. I'm sorry.
I completely disagree with you, Lucky. I'm sorry, but to say that there's no women, you said no women that are nurturing and loving. I mean,
we have
like the guy I'm dating,
but by and large,
the guy I'm dating now, he literally thanked me. He said, "I've never met a woman like you before. You give me hope in what a real woman is. So don't say there's no women out there. Maybe women just don't know, and that's the problem."
Many?
Come out.
You're one in how many?
Come out.
I mean, you interjected on what I was saying.
All right, you finish.
Okay, hold on. I kind of lost. The audio broke up. Can y'all don't repeat everything, but just the last part. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Kelly.
To say there's no women is a ridiculous statement. No women. And you guys always say Black women aren't getting married, but if you look on Instagram, Black women are getting married all the time. I think this is a manosphere. You guys have this little tiny world that exists outside of reality. There are women who are getting married all the time, of every race, of every, maybe just because I have friends that are not just Black. I see women getting married all the time. So I know it exists. I know happy marriages exist. I know women who have been married for decades and decades and decades. So miss me with this bullshit, and don't tell me that there are no women who care about nurturing their families and their man, because that's not a reality. Maybe women don't know how to.
You just sat up here and manipulated what Hot Girl Summer was to say that women are trying to find themselves. Do you really think when you click off your computer screen and you're out in the world, you see women finding themselves? And if so, why the hell does it take them from age 18 to 30? How long does it take to find yourself? They find themselves going everywhere but counseling. So
I never said 18 and 30. I said my age of getting married is between 24 and 28. And yes, I do think women need to find out who they are. That has nothing to do with Hot Girl Summer. That has nothing to do with having sex with people. That is having to do with inner self, like evaluation.
Right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but in reality, girls
I don't believe in fucking around. Right.
Maybe I'm
fine. Everybody may have their own definition, but I believe self-evaluation is important, because if you don't find out who you are, how can you find out how you can better your relationship? If you don't even know how do you even know what you want if you don't know who you are? And I'm not talking about going to discover with a man and a man and a man and a man. I'm taking self-time to
You're
evaluate.
supposed
That
to,
has
though.
nothing to
That's why it's
do.
out of
That has
order.
nothing
A
to do with
woman at
other
a younger
people.
age is supposed to be under a man, and she's supposed to be molded because she's
Right,
supposed
her
to come from
father.
her father to her
Her
husband,
father.
not from her
Her
father to
father.
finding herself. That's how you get. That's how women don't know how to vet without
That's
being
why.
under a
That's why
man.
she stays.
I just
So
have a
so
quick
so
question.
so from
I'm
a
following
biblical
Kelly's position, but I'm not.
from a biblical standpoint, my father was a pastor, so I understand this. There's an umbrella of protection, and once you leave your father, you cleave to your husband. So you stay under your father's protection until you leave him and get married. I'm not saying
Right, you
leave
don't
your
find
father,
yourself.
go have a hot girl summer and go with your husband. I'm saying you stay under your father and you still build and you still evaluate, you still learn yourself. I'm not saying go out and fuck a bunch of dudes. That is not what I'm saying. A lot of my sisters, my biological sisters, are still virgins because that's how we were raised. They have never had sex. They have never dated because that's how we were raised. I'm not saying it has nothing to do with sex. It has something to do with who you are as a person and evaluating who you are and knowing what you bring to the table to a man and knowing how you can support a man, know how you can be there for your husband, not going out and fucking a bunch of dudes. That is crazy to me. It has nothing to stop finding who you are has nothing to do with a penis. It has to do with finding out who you are and
I
what you
don't
can
think
bring to
I
the table as
said
a
that.
wife.
Real
I don't
quick,
think I
Lucky,
said
can
that.
you
From a
tell us
hot
your
girl
position?
summer.
Lucky, can you tell us your position? I'm not sure I follow. I just want to make sure that I got Kelly.
Sorry,
You
I've been
said you
drinking
got
Oh,
some
I'm
water.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. I follow Kelly's position. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with either one of you. Lucky, can you really quickly tell us your position so I can make sure I'm
Yeah,
following?
I was just strictly answering the question and kind of running over the topic that kind of derailed. Just to answer the question, I don't have faith because by and large, in general, if you speak, I'm not talking about who you was raised by. She said under a father. Most women don't have a father. That's why shit is fucked up. So if we're saying
I agree with that.
things have to go out, that the wrong thing to do from women who was never under a man is to go out and think you can find yourself. Because the thing with a westernized culture is we're told in this country in westernization that women should be up here just because they're women. The reason why we compare ourselves to other cultures because their women don't think about how they're up here first, period. Their order is to be in alignment. Their order is family. We have our own type of women who think I didn't have a childhood because my mama made me wash clothes. She made me serve my brothers. That's something that prepares you to be a wife. And we complain about the very thing that's supposed to prepare us because we are misled. So my point is, do I have faith in the fact that we're going to get on track with marriage? No, because most people think just because I got a ring, I'm a wife. No, you're not. You're married. So then you have men, you're in a marriage with somebody you can't fucking stand. We sitting up here saying, I want to cuddle, I want to do all this. But if you annoying as fuck and you really not a good wife, I don't want to cuddle. Now I need a side chick. I want to cheat on you. I'm thinking, damn, maybe I should have married the hoe. Because she shut the fuck up and some more shit. Because what I'm saying is, overall, when we talking about marriage and family, most women always think of themselves, happy wife, happy life. But you ain't a wife if he leave your ass. So what I'm saying is, for the most part, women don't really have a value system when it comes from me as a woman, me with my children, and this is what matters. Because when they get with a man, if he hurt her feelings, all of a sudden you cheated on the family.
Are you married?
I'm engaged.
Lucky? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, but
because they're gonna ask.
Real quick, can
but I
I
don't
say
give a
something
damn.
real
I'm
quick?
just saying, at the end of the day, most women lack a value system, and because they lack a value system, relationships are reflective. If you keep getting ain't shit, it's because you ain't shit. Most women feel like just because they a woman, I'm a good woman. No, you're not. You just like the rest of these hoes. If
Ricky, why are you clapping?
Man is gonna be with you. Period. He not letting no good woman just run astray. He might play around, but he gonna make sure he keep tabs on that one. If you really
Well,
be a
you
good
said
woman.
Well, lucky if you're engaged and you get
Can I
married, then you're solving the problem.
can I say something real quick? So first, I understand both of the sides here, but I have to say that most of the time women are judged by not having a father, and when she does have a father, she has a role, which is what Lucky was saying. It's not a system. It's like if you have seen that role model, You have seen both of your parents, the dynamic from both of them, so you have an idea how it is. I saw both of my grandparents, they raised me. I was raised by my father, and I have a standard. And if I compare men nowadays to my father or my grandfather, believe me, men think that that's intimidating because my expectations is not expectations, is a standard, because that's what I want. That's the type of man that I want. And that becomes a problem nowadays because they think that I ask for too much, and it's not. So if you're gonna judge women by not having a father, I need to judge everybody here in the chat and everybody that didn't have a father. If you're a man and you didn't have a father, you don't know what a role model for a husband is if you haven't seen it. So you cannot judge women and say, "Oh, you don't know how to vet a man, or you don't know how to act," if you've never seen it either. Also, we have to stop, kind of like when we're generalizing, we have to stop putting ourselves in the picture. Like Ricky says, is not talking about us, right, in the panel. So stop defending these women that are out there actually not doing what they're supposed to do, because it's true. There's a lot of women out there that are behaving in a way that I'm like, wow, that's something that I've never seen before, not even here. So it's like we have to stop defending other women that are not doing. Just like we ask for men to educate other men, we have to do the same thing and make our women accountable and say, hey, that type of behavior is not right. I say it to my friends. I'm like, hey, I know this girl. She has 3 little kids and she's partying. And I'm like, where are your kids? Who are they with? I ask these questions to make her feel uncomfortable. Like, hey, I have to go home. My kid is, I have a nanny until this time. I have to go. And I don't party every day. So those things that you have to let that person know. So I think that I understand both of the points here, but we have to stop getting ourselves in the picture because we get emotional and they're not talking about us. It's generalizing.
I agree. Because a lot of guys I dated in the past would be so intimidated by the conversations I would have about my father. But the guy I'm dating now, he's like, I wish I would have been able to meet your father because he sounds like a great man. So I think that shows the difference in men.
If I can answer just really quick, let me just give a quick answer. It's both sides, but I'm going to say one, men got to have more confidence. Because I'll start with the men first. It's a lot of men who it's too much ego, too much bravado, too much. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't be understanding with women. They can't work with women. It's like my way or the highway. Like I don't. A lot of men don't deal with those type of men. You know what I'm saying? But I think there's a lot of men in that middle that are looking for a counterpart, but those type of women maybe not ready, don't trust him, whatever. It's all of that's going on too. So there's a lot of good men out here, great men that's looking for a wife or looking for some type of potential, but they can't find the woman that they need. And then vice versa, there are women who, looking for the right man, but there are women who also aren't holding other women accountable. That's what I see, on my end. And women gotta keep their standards up. There's some women who are saying, no, I'm not taking this no more. This is what I'm dealing with. This is my non-negotiables. It needs to stay like that or even raise it. Like, I'm okay with that. And if that scares all of the lames away, so be it. Don't worry about the hoes that's going to give it to him for free. Like, make that man work and climb for it. I see a lot of times, a lot of women complain about, well, he just going to get it from this chick. So that means he wasn't the man for you. Get the man that's going to work for you. You know what I'm saying? And stop worrying about all these other women. Keep your standards up. And the fellas got to, you know what I'm saying, grow some nuts. That's what we at in society. And if we both do that, we're going to be cool. But we keep fighting, for nothing when it's just a conversation needs to be had. And we just got to, rock together, man. We achieve more when we together. And it's proven. We just got to do it and trust each other.
That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I agree, man. To give my take and wrap this thing on up, man, because we done went over the 4 hours. But I ain't tripping, man. This is, this is 100,000 subscriber night, so I mean, I guess exceptions can be made.
Yes.
But just in summary, do I have faith that we can get there? I do. And the reason being is because we having conversations like this. I feel like the biggest disconnect with us for years, right, is that we wasn't able to speak as candidly as we may have wanted to each other, especially from the male perspective. Like, man, just held a lot of shit in, a lot of things we had grievances with. We just kind of tucked because it was never really a space for us to do so. But I think now it is. And thing is, man, we gotta destroy to build sometimes. So shit is kind of rough right now in terms of the communication that men have with women, and a lot of shit gets a bit animated, gets a bit toxic, gets emotions get involved and things of that nature, man. But I feel like those things are necessary because we have to reprogram ourselves for it. Do I think that our generation will see it? No, I don't. But I do think that we can pass it down to our kids. Going back to what I said earlier about setting the guidelines for how for the society that we want to see. And me, I'm always say that it start with the men, right? So if we raising our boys, we need to prioritize marriage with our boys. I know I can speak for myself, and I can speak for a lot of you know men just in general. We was never encouraged to be married. Marriage is seen as, oh, you hanging your jersey up, you bowing out of the game in your prime. Like it's a whole negative connotation. Like when women tell their friends, "Hey, girl, I'm about to get married," it's excitement there. It's oh, congratulations, girl. They genuinely happy and shit like that. When a man tell our boys, "Hey, man, I think I'm gonna propose, bro," niggas be like, "You sure?" Damn, bro. Wow. What? You about to get? Wow, you about to give all this shit up, bro, and do that? You know what I'm saying? So like that's the connotation behind it, and that has to change for marriage to be prioritized. As long as that's the case, because again, we said a lot. Women have control of sex, men have control of marriage. So if men have control of marriage, and the only thing that we being fed is negativity behind it, we gonna be less prone to propose. That's just what it is. And I think this society is example of that. So I think we got to change that narrative. I think people that's in successful marriages need to speak out more and speak about the benefits of it more. Oftentimes you have people that's
Right.
divorced, or the marriage went bad. They be the motherfuckers that you hear. You know what I'm saying? So that if that's all you hear about marriage is, yeah, man, hey, save yourself, bro. I had to give up half, or when I got to the marriage, the sex just dropped to the ground. Like she stopped doing all the shit that she was. So as long as we hearing from the people who marriage didn't work out, that's gonna
Right.
be the mindset going into the shit. But if we was to hear from people with more positive experiences, then that would change our
The people
purview.
who are married for decades and decades and are
You know what I'm
happy.
saying? But the messed up part about it is that it's a situation just like reviewing hotels or reviewing restaurants. When you read the reviews, it's hardly the motherfuckers that enjoyed themselves writing
That's what's
reviews.
up.
It's the people that had a terrible fucking experience. Yeah, don't go there, bro. They got roaches. The beds ain't made. The air conditioner don't work. All type of shit. So that's the like messaging that we get.
Hey, Trill. The
Mhm.
crazy part is that it's the bad reviews you believe. You don't never believe the good ones.
Facts.
Right. You know what I'm
That's
saying? So I mean, at the end of the day, we have to shift the connotation behind marriage and stop looking at it like a jail sentence. I'm talking about men in particular, and stop looking at it like a jail sentence. And but instead as an opportunity to build, as an opportunity to progress not only us forward, but our culture forward. Because fact of the matter is, I've said it 100 times, and I say it 101. The quickest way for us to close that gap is to improve the nuclear family unit.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. We can go out here, we can make all the money we want, but if we ain't got no heritage or no legacy or nothing to pass it down to, then what the fuck is the point?
The state gonna get
Right.
that money. The state gonna get that money.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So do I have faith that we can get there? Sure. But I don't think that our generation will see it, and that's unfortunate. But again, that goes back to taking the bullet that I was talking about earlier. Sometimes you got to put that work in that you won't get to reap the benefits for. As just part of being a leader. That's just part of being a trailblazer, part of being an innovator. Sometimes we putting that work in hard like a motherfucker, so the generation after us or the generation after them can reap the benefits of it. And I feel like that's what we got to do. But if we just continue to try to reap the benefits ourselves, then we're gonna continue the same cycle because everybody gonna be out for self. and that ain't progressing us in no, in no expedient fashion. So that's my take on it. Real quick, man. Let me pay some bills, man. These motherfuckers been pouring in.
Yeah.
Logic talking about don't read my super chats. Hell nah, we about to read them. Shout out to Logic, man, in the building with the Simpsons. He say drinking that beatbox will get your box beat up.
I rubbed off all of my makeup tonight.
Two things B Taylor needs to put down: PlayStation cords and beatboxes. That's what's up.
Amen.
Don't even listen
That's
to
a
them, B
fact.
Taylor. Don't listen to them.
That's a fact. Logic say if them beatboxes hit like that, sign me up. Pull
Never
up. Cool.
again. Only
Man.
one. I would not recommend two.
I keep telling people, man.
They definitely creep up on you. They definitely.
People be thinking that shit sweet. Go ahead, though.
It's 3 servings. Remember
Yeah,
that too.
one
bottle
container,
is 3 servings.
Yeah.
You know
now.
So right now, I literally rubbed off all my makeup and just drink it. I look crazy. So I do not
Beatbox beat your ass.
It be doing if y'all watch the podcast, y'all know it do us the same fucking way. All them passionate arguments y'all be seeing, motherfuckers getting loud and slapping the table, standing up, all type of shit. It's the beatbox for sure.
Remind me of college. I cannot do that again.
It's tough. Shout out to my dog Daryl. Said B Taylor don't cry. It's okay. I'm also a hopeless romantic. We give out love, and when it doesn't come back, it hurts. But don't give up falling in love. That's a fact, man. Shout out to
I
Daryl.
love Daryl Long. I don't know you, but I love you.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Love
Solid.
you, Daryl.
Solid. Doug Will in the building with the 2-piece. Shout out to the panel. Congrats on the 100K. We appreciate you, bro. Real rap. Sean Love Lace in the building with the 2-piece. We appreciate you tapping in with us, gang. Uzman Abdullah says, thank you, Trill. It's not that hard. Many men will run at the idea of marriage. Boom, you dodged the bullet. Damn. Sheldon Ward with the 2-piece says, yet serial killers take from men due to her choice. Yeah,
No
I don't
clue.
know about that one.
Spend
gang.
$5
You're talking about her having an abortion.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Man, here we go.
Wow.
What was that about? What was that about?
Never mind. We ain't gonna touch
Don't
it.
even waste your time. Like
Maurice
put
with
$5
the
more in the
2-piece
super chat.
says matriarchal tactics. Honest Citizen back again said they pass up good guys for the Tyrones, then complain. Sheldon Ward says the lower level has complete cognitive dissonance. Damn, he's saying the
lower level. That's like the platform. The movie on Netflix called The Platform. The lower levels where you eat last, you get the scraps. So they're calling us like the scraps.
They're basically saying what y'all saying is not matching your actions. That's what cognitive dissonance means for everybody in the chat that do not know.
The lower level only does $2 super chats. So.
See that. Wow. We're not gonna do that. Mr. Albert with the 2-piece says, how many birth controls are out there for women? There are a lot of them. Going back to what I said about
that are not healthy. A lot of them make you pay. A lot of them
for another day.
B Taylor.
Abstain.
B Taylor, don't even.
Abstain.
No, again, always say birth control, but they don't take it, so they don't know what it does to your body.
Abstain.
That's true. That's true. I have to agree with that.
It's hilarious. Sheldon Ward with the 2-piece. This is why it's too late. Everything is combative. Kevin C back in the building says men have to propose and women must be wives. I'm assuming in order for us to progress as a society. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been another episode of the Crew Season Experience. I don't even want to say podcast because this is not the part, but this is it's been a hell of a conversation. I knew it would be as soon as Queen said what she said on the last pod. The last live stream. And this conversation did not disappoint, man. I definitely want to say, that I appreciate everybody for tapping in, and giving y'all takes on things. I want to salute
and buying beatbox
for sure, man. Hey, tap in, man. If y'all like to, y'all see Y'all see it works.
It worked like enough.
That's all I'm saying. Bro, Rona, you got something, bro?
I want to say the road to 500K starts tonight.
Facts.
Amen. Amen.
Facts. Like I say, man, we got
getting up in the morning.
and let us know how we can help, because we all benefit from being here, but it's also important that we pour back in. So let us know how we can help.
Well, look here, man. Y'all showing up and providing the takes that y'all provide, and helping us have legitimate conversations, man. Again, and that's what I love about this platform, bro. Like, we can argue, we can disagree, but it's respectful. It's no personal shots taken. It's no personal insults. We're not up here to be passive aggressive and try to down each other. We really up here trying to be solution based. And even though the conversations get a bit animated sometimes, get a bit emotional sometimes, you know what I'm saying? That's just part of the game. These conversations are
I
necessary.
apologize for cursing. I was more so like mad.
No, we know it was the beatbox talking.
Yeah, don't call the conversations emotional. Call it beatbox conversation.
Call it beatbox.
Come at anybody at the panel.
I really thought you called me a bitch. She was like, bitch. I was like, oh.
It came off too.
I swear to you, I would never call anybody. I need a chat like coming from me like hard, and I was like, bitch.
And then I was
he was like, "Are you calling me a bitch, or are you talking to the chat?"
I was mostly talking shit to the chat.
And then I was like, "Let's hear from Lukey." And then Trill was like, "Lucky." I was like, "Oh shit, let me."
Yeah, she blitzed.
Mr. Logic again, beatbox and content.
Hey, but Logic, you're gonna have to donate another $5 for the nut rag. Okay.
Oh my! Please don't get that nigga started about nut rags again.
Don't get him started.
Lord have mercy.
Wow.
But
have you heard his nut rag conversation?
Bro, please don't get him started again talking about nut rags, man. Again, before we get out of here, man, salute to Crusader Nation, man. Y'all done been rocking with us since day one when we had goddamn 63 followers, 63 subscribers. We was getting 90 views a video. Y'all done been there from day one all the way up until now, man. I want to say that I appreciate y'all. Salute to the gang, man. Kenny T, Smooth. Again, none of this shit happens without y'all. And at the end of the day, man, 100K is big, but we got a lot of work to do. And you know what I'm saying? I think we all know that, but we definitely gonna enjoy this. And then probably Monday or Sunday, and it's back to business. You know what I'm saying? Trying to crack this 500. But yeah, you got any words you want to say before we get up out of here, G?
I'm ready for my bed.
And nigga sleepy, nigga eyes closed.
No, past my bedtime, old man. No, but I really appreciate everybody for everything that y'all do, spending y'all time. Y'all don't have to be here. Y'all don't have to be on these late nights that y'all do, but y'all stay up and rock with us. Give a lot of insight, good content, whether we agree or disagree. Like, it's dope regardless. And I'm just happy that, y'all can come up and voice y'all opinions and feel comfortable and, you know what I'm saying, stand in your truth. And that's what it's about. When we first started this, it was about just standing in your truth. We can agree or disagree. This is how you feel about it. I may not agree with it, but, it is what it is. So I appreciate y'all. Appreciate the followers. Just everybody.
And I think that is a nice way to wrap this thing up, man. On that note, we gone, man. Until next time, we're going to be back at this again Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. Central. We're going to see y'all there, man. On that note, we up out of here.
Peace.
Banana relay.